touch this thing. Yeah, alright. You can start.
Hey everyone, good morning. Am I audible on the back? Great. Welcome to day 2 of IndiaFOSS. How are you all feeling? Good. Good active energy. Right. Have you all had your breakfast? Good at least, right? Great. Bad with sambar as well. Right. So first and foremost, we have our first speaker, Hridesh MG, to speak about a beginner's guide into kernel development. So usually, right, if your laptop doesn't work, what do? You'll probably go to the service center. But our first speaker over here, fixed it by himself, fixed his device, not just his device, but fixed it for the entire world, for everyone who were having the device off his own. So he basically fixed it by patching the Linux kernel itself. So he updated Linux kernel and he gave like a few patches, plus 11 patches, and then he fixed it for everyone, including himself. He had no clue about C before he got into Linux kernel development, but then right now he's here to say that touching a popcorn's kernel is harder than Linux kernel. Regardless of how much you know about C, you can definitely get into kernel is what he say. So we just hear what Hridesh has to say. Probably some folks over here will also get into Linux kernel development after his talk. So please welcome Hridesh.
Hello. Am I audible? Alright, perfect.
So hi everybody, I am Hridesh MG and welcome to my talk. So this is actually my first time talking at an event like this, so I'm very excited to be here. So before I start, I would just like to get a good grasp of the crowd that has gathered here. So I'll just ask you a few questions. How many of you here are beginners to open source? Just raise your hands. Like, wow, yeah, that's a great count. Now don't worry, this is gonna be a completely beginner-friendly talk. So I won't go into the technical details that much. Those who are interested in that, I'm sorry, but like you can feel free to approach me after the talk if you have any questions, and I'll be more than happy to help you out. So, let me just ask a few more questions. Has anyone here contributed to the kernel before? Alright, yeah, I see a few hands. That's great. But I now I want to ask an even more important question. Raise your hands if you want to contribute to the kernel, but you are afraid or you think that it's too difficult, or maybe that you don't have the right skill set for it. Just raise your hands if you believe that. Alright, perfect. I hope to see a lot less of those hands raised by the time I'm done with this presentation. So a bit about myself. I am Hridesh MG. I'm a third year BTech student at Amrita University, Amritapuri, which is in Kollam, Kerala. So I'm also a member. I'm also a member at an open source at an open source club called IndiaFOSS, and we do actually have a booth on the first floor. So feel free to go there and check it out. We have like some prizes to give out, some games to play. I was part of the LFX mentorship in 2024, which is where I actually did my work with the Linux kernel. And I recently wrapped up my GSOC mentorship with CC Extractor. Funny coincidence actually. My GSOC mentor is giving his talk right after this session. So look forward to that. You can feel free to talk to me about Linux, DevOps, infrastructure, self-hosting, astronomy, anime, video games. I mean, I'm into a lot of things. Like, if it sounds nerdy, I'm probably into it. Alright, so let's start. The first question I want to ask is, what comes to your mind when you hear the words Linux kernel engineer? Just think about it for a second, mull over it. Alright, now you're probably thinking of someone like this. Right, like this mythical 10x engineer who is like, cracked as hell and like, he can cook up kernel patches in seconds. But the thing I want to say is the very thing that makes this image funny is the cause of a huge problem. There is this preconceived notion that kernel development is only for like this 10x engineer. And this prevents people like you and me from getting involved with arguably the most important collaborative project in human history. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And I have actually given this thing a nickname, which is something I call the Great Wall of Code. This idea that you need to be a C or assembly god to contribute to the Linux kernel. And what I aim to show through this presentation is that this wall is nothing more than a grand illusion. Which brings us to Act 1, the why. Why should you even care, or why should you even consider contributing to the kernel? Yeah, before I come to that, let me just ask another question. I know a lot of questions going on here, but how many of you here use Linux? Yeah, all of you, pretty much. Like, not surprising at all, considering that you are at an open source conference, after all. Now here's a more interesting or important question. How many of your non-techie friends use Linux? Yeah, I see like one hand raised, or like two hands raised. So why is that? Why don't your friends use Linux? What is it that prevents widespread adoption of Linux? Now you could probably conduct a research study on this topic, but in my opinion, one of the most important reasons is compatibility. By compatibility, I mean software and hardware. By software, apps which work on Windows, which do not on Linux. Games like Valorant, which have like kernel level anti-cheat, or like Photoshop and CAD, which don't have official support, things like that. We can't really do much about that because like it's with the companies and like their whole copyright thing and stuff. But there's another important reason, which is hardware compatibility. By hardware compatibility, I mean the small things. Like a screen, a laptop screen which won't adjust brightness, a Wi-Fi card which doesn't connect properly, a gadget like a drawing tablet which doesn't have proper drivers for Linux, or in my case a microphone jack that simply won't hear a damn thing. These things, they add up bit by bit, and they act as paper cuts that hinder widespread adoption. Now, I think it's important to note that Linux, it never had a master plan. It started by one person, Linus Torvalds, fixing a problem for himself, which was that there did not exist a competitive, free operating system at the time. So he fixed this problem and shared the result with the entire world. And bit by bit, everyone started fixing their own paper cuts. They started adding features, they started fixing bugs, and now eventually, after 25 or more years, we have a system which powers more than 90% of the world's computing infrastructure. And, thousands of people fixing their own paper cuts, fixing their own problems. That right there is, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful things about Linux and open source in general. And if it's a hardware bug, like, your laptop microphone not working or your Wi-Fi card not responding, you are actually the best person to issue a fix. Why? Because you're in a unique position. First of all, you have direct access to the hardware that's causing the problem. And secondly, it's affecting you personally. So you will have a motivation to fix it. And this combination, believe it or not, makes you the most qualified person to issue a fix. And believe me when I say this, you can make a fix, even to a code base as large and complex as the Linux kernel. Alright, that brings us to Act 2, which is the how. How can you start getting contributing to the kernel? I will go through my personal journey. So it all started way back in 2023 when I got my new laptop, which is this one right there. It's an Acer Nitro 5. And when I got it, one of the first things I did was install Linux on it, obviously. That's what you do with a new machine, right? At the start, everything was fine. The Wi-Fi was working, the screen was okay. Everything seemed to work. But then when I plugged in my headphones, I noticed that the microphone jack, it would not pick up on any audio. Initially, I thought this was a problem with the distro I was using at that time, which was Ubuntu. So I went on Google, searched Ubuntu mic not working, please help. And I found a lot of posts on Reddit, Stack Overflow, and I followed a lot of guides. I changed a bunch of things like kernel, boot parameters in Grub, some random configuration file in a directory I did not understand. I was just doing random stuff. None of it did anything, and eventually I just blamed Ubuntu and went on with my life. But one day I was feeling a little bit adventurous, so I wanted to try and install Arch Linux on my laptop. Yes, I use Arch, by the way. Yeah, so I tried to install it, I booted it up, everything was fine, but the audio issue still persisted. The headphone jack was still not working. Now this made me curious. Why had this issue persisted across distros? Each distro will have its own configuration, and it's weird that the same issue is coming in different distros. So I went on Google, modified my search a little bit, and I actually found a lot of... one second, this is right missing. Hold on. It's fine, it's not relevant anyway. So I went on Google and I found a lot of forum posts about people complaining about the microphone jack not working on this particular laptop. And I found posts from different forums. There were posts on the Arch forums, on the Mint forums, even on Stack Overflow and Reddit, on Ubuntu, everywhere. And this is weird because all of them were on different distros with different configurations, but they all had the same problem. So this led me to believe that the issue was with something deeper, that it was a problem with the kernel itself. Now it was around this time that few seniors in my club, IndiaFOSS, they suggested me to take a look at the LKMP, which is the Linux Kernel Mentorship Program. I will talk a bit about it later, but it's essentially a program which introduces beginners to kernel development through mentorship from experienced contributors. So I applied for the program and I started doing the task. They were not too hard. It's just stuff like compiling and booting the kernel, changing some parameters and compiling. I just did all of the tasks. And the important thing is, at this time I was just a second year student who did not even know C. Matter of fact, after I got accepted into the program, I was trying my level best to quickly read through a book on C so I could make some progress. So I did that, and I did not have any systems programming knowledge either. My operating systems course, I just got done with it last semester, and this program I did 2 or 3 semesters ago. And on that topic, let me show you all my glorious first patch to the Linux kernel. Now prepare yourselves, okay? This will be one of the most complicated and intellectually demanding patches that you're gonna ever see. Wow! I know, right? Yeah. That's if you can't, it's not visible. All I did is I removed an unnecessary comment. It's a minus ///. It's in Rust, by the way. I just removed an unnecessary. That's my comment. That's my patch. That's my whole patch. And this thing I had to resubmit 5 times. This thing, because I kept messing up the patch format. We'll talk a bit about the format a bit later, but yeah, that's what happened. It's a common pattern. Your first patches to the kernel, it'll mostly be things like this, small typo fixes in the documentation, removing unnecessary comments, updating code styling, stuff like that. And once I got a bit more comfortable with the patch submission process, I tried to actually fix my paper cut, which is the headphone jack not working. So I did some research into the audio subsystem in Linux. I spent 2 or 3 weeks reading through a lot of stuff, like specifications, the code for it, and I could make sense of most of it by the end of the 3 weeks, but none of it was really necessary because what I found was the problem is as you can see on the stack on the right, at the very bottom you have something known as the codec. So the codec is essentially a hardware chip on the motherboard that controls your microphone, speakers and everything audio related. The codec on my particular laptop, the ALC287, is a chip manufactured by Realtek. Realtek, what they do is, they don't always release these chips with the proper configuration. So during boot time, what these chips do is that they talk with the kernel essentially. and they report their capabilities to the kernel. You know, it's like saying, hey, I can do this and this and this. Here is how you should talk to me, so I can do this and this and this. But Realtek, they release these chips in a way that it doesn't really do this communication properly. So what ends up happening is that you have to manually modify the driver in the software so that it fixes this communication problem. And Realtek, while they do contribute to the kernel, they do make patches, they officially really only care about Windows. So their first priority will always be Windows. This leaves users like me to manually patch in the kernel to fix these problems. And the result of this is actually kind of funny. There's a file in the kernel called patch_realtek.c. I'll share the slides later. You can open this file yourself. It is just a huge file. It has 13,000 lines. It's just a giant bag of fixes for all the Realtek codecs out there. Yeah. So this is the state of companies supporting Linux at this point, pretty much. So what I did is I went on Windows. I took a look at the output of the driver, the configuration output, and I found the missing quirk. The quirk is just a kernel terminology, I believe. It's just a term. It's just something that means the hardware behaves in a certain way, so you have to modify the quirk so that it obeys the hardware. So yeah, I found the missing quirk and I made a patch to add it to the codec. So I did that, and for the first time since I bought this laptop, after an year or so, I could finally see the microphone input meter move. And you could not believe me how happy I was when I saw that. It made me elated. So I quickly made a patch and I sent it for review. We went back and forth a few times with the maintainer. And finally it got merged and it was released in kernel version 6.13. And this meant that every single person who has this laptop could finally enjoy working microphone input. And I found this kind of weird because this laptop is one of the most sold gaming laptops out there. So I'm surprised that no one else was bother actually put in the work to fix it, because this was not really that difficult. If you had researched this topic for 2 or 3 weeks and actually gone through some blog posts about similar things, you could have made this fix yourself. Yeah, the codec. And once I did that, the second major feature I did was gaming laptops, if you are not aware, they have this thing called performance profiles. So they allow you to extract more power from your laptop while gaming, or they'll also allow you to make the fans more quiet so that it runs silently. This support is only there on Windows, through the dedicated pre-installed app that Acer provides. And on Linux, it's completely non-existent. So I asked the kernel mailing list, we'll talk about the mailing list in a bit, if this could work on Linux, and they were really helpful. One of the maintainers, he even offered to write the patch for me. But I wanted to tinker with it myself, so I went ahead and tried it. So this is the patch set that actually spent the most amount of time in. I won't go into too much technical detail because I don't have the time. But if you are interested, you can go through my write-up for it on hrideshmg.com. It's my personal blog. So I patched this Acer WMI model to bring that platform switching capability to Linux through a SysFS interface. Now through this, I learned a lot of things like ACPI tables, WMI calls. I even reverse engineered the Windows app so to figure out how it talks to the hardware. It was really fun. I think I took 2 months. I spent 2 months on this problem, and by the time I was done with it, this laptop has it's fully capable of switching within different performance profiles on Linux. And yeah, that's the other thing I did. Then yeah, here you can see some of my patches that have been accepted. Yeah, that's it. Now, yeah, what exactly does contributing to the kernel look like? How many more minutes do I have? 10 minutes. Okay. So this might surprise a lot of you, but kernel development is not done on a version on a platform like GitHub or GitLab. If you search Linux kernel source code, you will find a GitHub link, but nobody actually, the PRs there, nobody takes a look at them. All development is done via email, and patches are sent as plain text to a mailing list. So for those of you who don't know, a mailing list is essentially like a thing, a group. This is how it's done in the old days, I think. So like it's basically a group that you subscribe to. So like, and whenever you send a mail to this group, everyone who is part of this group will like receive the mails as well. So you send this patch to the mailing list, and then you CC the maintainers in the mailing list, and people review the maintainers. They review the patch in the thread itself. They suggest improvements, and they suggest feedback. And if like they ask you to make improvements in that patch, in that thread itself. So once you have done, once you have gone through this process, the review process, you will get a few approved by this maintainer. It's called reviewed by, I believe. You will get these like messages in the mail from the maintainers, and once that is done, the lead maintainer of each subsystem, you can see on the left you have the review, and middle you have the integration. So the lead maintainer of each subsystem, he will forward these patches to Linus Torvalds. So every single patch in history goes through Linus Torvalds in one way or another, and he has been doing this for over 25 years. And like I think that's pretty, that's pretty insane. Once Linus gets in, he will merge it into Linux, and it will become your code will become an official part of Linux. Which brings us to kernel etiquette, which is a huge deal in this community. So like I said, I had to submit that patch 5 times. So kernel maintainers, they take this stuff very seriously. So by etiquette, I don't just mean things like code styling. It's stuff like how you should name your commits, how rules to be followed. It's not like behavioral rules. It's more like how you should format your emails, how you should structure the patch, how you should be committing stuff like that. There's a huge document that you need to read through. But something I want to highlight is that these rules, they aren't a barrier. They have evolved over the last 25 years, and the reason they are set up in such a way is that they're kind of a signal. So like whenever you make an error in like submitting a patch, the maintainers, like they won't flame you, or some might, to be honest, but like most of them, they won't flame you, but like they will just highlight on line by line which mistake you made, and then you will have to fix these mistakes, and then they will point out a few more mistakes. They won't like show all of your mistakes in the first reply itself. They will like make you go back and forth. And the reason they do this, they only do this for like new contributors, by the way. The reason they do this is because they want to test you. They want to know if you are actually serious about contributing the kernel. They want to know if you are willing to respond to feedback and take part in this whole process. So yeah, that pretty much sums up my journey. Which brings us to Act 3, which is the so what. So what I kind of understood from taking part in this whole process is that a lot of kernel developers, they aren't actually paid for their work. They're just volunteers and hobbyists. Now I do know that like most or like 75% of kernel contributions do come from people employed in companies, but still a large portion of commits and contributions and patches come from unpaid people like volunteers, hobbyists, students, or just professional people working in their free time. What I want to highlight is that Linux is a project built on passion, not just paychecks. And yeah, for me personally, like I'll talk about a bit about my personal experience. So the kernel community, it has very high standards when it comes to code, and that is by design. So you want the kernel to be very secure, right? So they have very high standards when it comes to code, and like I have had maintainers painstakingly point out mistakes in my code, mistakes in my logic, and it kind of really changed how I write, and more importantly read code. Like I'm like participating in this whole process. It made me a lot more aware of the changes I'm making and like how it will affect the code base at large. It like gave me this kind of focus, and I think that's a very important skill in like today's increasingly AI reliant world. That's a topic for another day too. So it also improved my debugging skills and mindset, and like fixing bugs in the Linux kernel. It sort of gave me the confidence that, like, speaking of confidence, I think a common thing that a lot of developers face is imposter syndrome. Even me myself, I was someone who used to struggle with this a lot. But like making patches, making contributions to a project as big as the kernel, kind of gave me the confidence that if I put my mind to it, I could potentially pretty much fix any problem. And I was also invited to showcase my work at the Open Source Summit in India, which happened for the first time last month. And it's an international conference organized by the Linux Foundation every year. So I got to meet a lot of really talented people there. That was great. Which brings us to the last question, the thing that most of you are probably here for, which is how can you get started with kernel development? So I would wholeheartedly recommend the program that I suggested earlier, which is the Linux Kernel Mentorship Program, or LKMP. It's a program offered by the Linux Foundation, and it's open to everyone. There are all kinds of people in the program. There are students like me, there are people with 10-20 years of experience, and all of us are just going through it, learning stuff step by step, one thing at a time. So it's open to all. You just have to complete a few mini tasks for selection, and by the end of the program, you just have to make 5 to 10 patches to the kernel for graduation. And the official name of the program is Linux Kernel Bug Fixing Mentorship, but bug fixing is just in the name. You are free to contribute to any subsystem that you are interested in. And you will also have weekly meetings with very experienced mentors, as well as Linux Foundation fellow. And it's pretty good. So if you want to get started with kernel development, I would wholeheartedly suggest this program. The timeline is also pretty flexible. There are both 3-month and 6-month plans. And even then, if you mail the coordinator, Shua Khan, she will allow you to extend the deadline if you are having some difficulties. I personally, I was part of the 3-month program, but I took 2 extra months to finish up all of my patches. Here are a few more resources. I'll be sharing the slide later. I think we can figure something out to share it properly. Then, alright, so that pretty much sums up everything I wanted to discuss, but I think there is something which I wanted to talk about. It's a bit more personal, but yeah, so how do I word this? There is something that gives me a deep sense of fulfillment when I think about my contributions to the kernel. Linux, it's not going anywhere. It's highly likely that 5, 10, 25, maybe even 1,000 years from now, computers will still be running Linux in some way, shape or form. And even after I've left college, even after this laptop has been recycled, even after I'm long gone from this world, my patches will still be there in the Linux kernel, silently helping thousands of people around the world. And I think that's pretty awesome. So with that, I would like to conclude my talk. Thank you.
We need your help to make IndiaFOSS a bit better. Our low waste management team have 3 requests for you. 1, food wastage yesterday was a bit high, and since you all know that IndiaFOSS is a low wastage conference, it would be great if you all could help us by reducing the amount of waste. Eat what you take and take what you eat. Then if you have something to throw away, please make sure you segregate the waste in the according
containers. Also lastly, regarding food with water content, please do not throw them away in dry waste bins. It's not cool to throw water in dry waste bins. It would make IndiaFOSS a really hard to make us a low wastage conference. So if you all could help us in making IndiaFOSS sustain as a low wastage conference, it would be really great. And coming back to our speaker, we have Prateek Sunal from Ente. Prateek has been a Flutter developer since 2020 and has developed 20 plus applications so far. He has implemented streaming. Implementing streaming itself is hard, but implementing streaming when the video is end-to-end encrypted is a lot harder. Prateek and his team love solving problems That's why they took it, installed it, and used it to prod and call it a day. Prateek is also a GSOC mentor and a contributor. He loves to code bugs in day and fix the bug at night. He also loves to test in production, by the way. So over to you, Prateek. Please welcome Prateek Sunal.
Hello, Qemu.
Hello. Hi everyone, my name is Prateek. Today I'm going to present a talk on how Ente approaches video streaming end-to-end encrypted. So yeah, let me begin.
Where are you?
So this is a brief info about me. My name is Prateek. I am a mobile engineer at Ente. I am also a GSOC mentor at CC Extractor. I've been contributing to open source since dawn of 2020, and yeah, I'm still contributing to open source. So yes, that's a brief info about me. Okay, so what is Ente and what is Ente Photos? So Ente Photos is one of our flagship products of Ente, and it is a private cloud for your photos. So you can store your photos in Ente Photos, and no one other than you and the people you want to share it with can see your photos. So that's the basic info about Ente Photos. Now we have other products also. We have Ente Auth, and we have multiple features around this Ente Photos. Like we have video streaming, we have ML, we have multiple other features of in Ente Photos also. We have a strong presence in GitHub also. You can check us out. We are completely open source. You can self-host us also, and we have pricing also if you want to use our cloud. So what is end-to-end encryption? I just mentioned that word end-to-end encryption. So what does that exactly mean? So it means that only you and the sender you are sending the information to can see the information. No one in between can see the information. So let's say I want to send you some pictures. If I send you with some other proprietary apps, they can see your photos. They can see what you are sending exactly. They can. So if I have the access to the server, I can see all the uploaded pictures which you have uploaded to the service. But what we do is, the information that is going out of your device is encrypted. The information that is coming to your device is encrypted. Only you have the decryption key, that is your master password, and only you can decrypt it. So in this small illustration, server is sending something to client, but it is a random information. Like client can read it normally if he has the decryption key. If client has the decryption key, that is the master password, client can decrypt it. So that's the basic model around Ente. We are built with full open source and full end-to-end encryption. So if I have to give you a task of eating a carrot at once, can you eat it? That's a basic question. Like, can you eat a carrot once without breaking it into stuff, or like, can you directly eat it? I guess no. Like star, I can. I'm assuming. So how will you eat it? The basic thing is, if you want to eat it, you will break it into slices, and then you can eat the slice easily. You can't eat it a carrot once. So that's the basic agenda towards the streaming. So what we do is, like I already told you, that everything is encrypted. So even your videos which are getting stored to our server are encrypted. So that means that if you want to watch a video, you will first need to download the complete video. Let's say it's a 10 GB video. You will have to download the 10 GB video first, then you can play it. So that is a very bad user experience if you have to download something first and then you have to play it. So that's the thing that streaming solves. You don't have to download the complete video. Let's say 10 GB video, you can directly play it. So that brings us to video streaming. It helps you take a complete video, divide it into chunks of video, let's say 2-2-second chunks, and you can play the chunks and it would behave like it is a continuous video. So what will happen is when you play the video, it will first download the first 2 seconds, decrypt it and play. Then it would continuously buffer the next 2 seconds and next 2 seconds and next 2 seconds, and it would give you an illusion that it is a continuous video. Let's get back to the 10 GB example. So let's say it is a 10 GB video, but the first 2 seconds are of 10 MB only. It will first download the first 2 seconds, that is 10 MB. Then it would download the next 2 seconds, that is 10 MB, and it would continue to download, and it would give you an illusion that it is a continuous video, although it is not. There are multiple segments and multiple chunks. Just like this example, video is divided into multiple chunks and it gives an illusion that you are eating the whole carrot, but you are not. You are eating the chunks, and yeah. So, is the problem solved? Like, if you divide a video into chunks, download chunks and give an illusion that it is playing continuously. Does that solve our problem? Like, user can just click on a video and it would play like it is already downloaded. So the answer to that question is not quite. There are still some things that are related to video streaming that needs to be solved to solve the complete problem. Like, for example, take this big chunks. Let's say I gave you a task of eating this carrot. This is a very big carrot. Like, if you even create a chunk of this, it would be like this much chunk. So you can't eat the carrot, you can't eat the piece. So we have to make sure that even if you make the pieces are small, so you can eat it. Let me give you a real example. Let's say it is a 60-second video that is of 6 GB. If you create a 2-2-second chunk, it would be of 200 MB. So if you download the 2-second chunk, it would need you to download the first 200 MB, and 200 MB is not easy. So it would break the illusion that it is a continuous video. So this was one of the problems that we wanted to solve. So we had two solutions and we chose one. I will discuss what works and what not. We tried to build a custom protocol around video streaming. So what we thought is, we will create chunks, we will take individual chunks and encrypt them. Let's say I take one chunk and I encrypt it, take another chunk and encrypt it. And when I want to play the video, I will download those chunks and I will decrypt it on the fly. Like, I first download the 2 seconds, then I decrypt and play it. So I hope you are getting towards like what custom protocol will look like. Like, it will first cut the carrot and then each chunk of that carrot is encrypted. So we can't read it, and on the fly when you want to play the video, it will decrypt the video. So this is one of the example of how it looked like. See, I just started playing the video and it already started. It is not like it is downloading the complete video, and if you can read the logs, then it says that it downloaded the first segment, second segment, and third segment, fourth segment. Just like I said, first 2 seconds, then next 2 seconds, then next 2 seconds, and next 2 seconds. Now what happens is, if I click on middle of the video, it starts to download from that part. It is not like it has to first download the complete portion. Wherever you seek, wherever you click, it starts from there. Just like any streaming website. If you have seen any streaming website, there is a buffer. When you click on some other point, it will start buffering from there. It will start downloading from there. So this is the basic thing. We built a custom protocol. You can check out the link of it at the last. I will give the source code. Now, this was option 1. What is the option 2? We can use a internet standard RFC, that is HLS. HLS is HTTP live streaming. It was a protocol that was initially developed by Apple, but now it is a internet standard. It helps to do all this stuff like cutting the video, encrypting each segment, and playing it. We don't have to take a overhead around that. Let me first give you an example why this is bad. So what is happening is, whenever the video you are seeking, it is downloading and decrypting the segment. This is bad because if you have a low-end device, the decryption itself will take most of the time. So that is bad. We are not using hardware for decrypting, so that is very bad. So HLS helps us to solve the problem. It is a standard. It is supported by most of the devices, Apple devices, desktop devices, mobile devices. So this is the basic flow of how video is broken down for supporting video streaming. We have a video. We run a tool called FFmpeg toward FFmpeg. So what it does is it creates two files. One is stream, one is playlist. So now you might be wondering what playlist is doing. First, let me tell you what a stream is. Stream is the same video that is broken down into segments. Like I told you the example, the stream is fine. What is playlist? Playlist is like a bookkeeping. Let's say I want to play a movie from 10th minute mark. How will I know which segment is related to that 10th minute mark? So there needs to be some bookkeeping to know that, okay, this segment is related to 10-minute mark. I should begin downloading from here to get this segment. So playlist does the bookkeeping part. And what it is bookkeeping? It is bookkeeping the information or metadata around the stream. There is a format of it. I will go through the brief format of it. So out of these two options, we decided to choose HLS because of the things I already told you. We thought of using HLS before, but we thought we should create a custom protocol. But it has so much things that, like if you have a low-end device, it would take a lot of time to decrypt. And it has a lot of issues, like compatibility issues, maintainability issues. On Android, you would have to, there is a thing called interceptor. What it does is, whatever you download, it will act in between and you can modify the information. So, but yeah, too much detail, but what I want to tell is maintainability is very big issue if you want to use custom protocol, and you have to test on a wide range of device and things might still break. So we decided to use HLS. Now, I showed you the big carrot example, like there is a big carrot that I want to break, that I want to eat. How can I solve it? So transcoding helps us to solve that big carrot problem. It solves compatibility problem also, and I will discuss how we solve it in the later slides. How we do transcoding? Okay, first let me just tell you the basic definition of transcoding. It is just trying to modify a video from one thing to another. Like if you want to change height, change other things. Transcoding is just converting one video to another configuration. It is the basic thing. We first did compression. So there was a big carrot, now you want to make it a small carrot. How can you do it? You can do compression. We restricted the bitrate of the video. Bitrate is basically how much size of the video is there per second. So we tried 2000 kbps, that is around 2 MB per second. So we compress using, and we use the tool FFmpeg that is widely used for this purposes. Next, what we did is, it is called tone mapping. So what we did was, we took a video, let's say any video. If it is a HDR video, so what happens is, nowadays people have HDR devices. People also have non-HDR devices. Your TV might be HDR supporting. What do I mean by HDR? HDR is basically has more color space, and it has a lot of information. Like if you want to watch a HDR video, highs like blacks would be completely black and whites would be completely white. So HDR is very good format, but the only problem is compatibility. If you have a low-end device and you play HDR video, it will look washed out. It won't look good. The color would like fade away. You would be like, what is happening? It is not the video's fault, it is your device fault it doesn't support. we wanted compatibility. So we converted the HDR video, high dynamic range video, to a standard that will look good on all devices, will work on HDR devices and HDR devices. Yeah, so that was the basic point of converting the video. HDR means standard dynamic range. So this is only for compatibility reasons. We are not doing it for other reasons. It is just so video plays normally on non-HDR and HDR device. So this is one of the things now. Codec. So codec is just a way to store. Let's say you have a video stream. Codec is a way to store the video and decrypt the video. It is like zipping and unzipping of a video. Codec basically means like encoder and decoder. Codec has two things. So it is a way to store a video such that it is efficiently stored, and to play the video, extract the video to make it efficient, play efficiently. So what we decided on is we will use S264, which is a widely supported codec for videos, and we will use AAC, which is a widely supported codec for audio. So that's what we decided to go with. Now comes so big chunk part is done. Like we had a big carrot, now the carrot size is small because we did the compression and all these things. It is also compatible now because HDR and non-HDR devices can play, and codec is also sorted. It will be supported on most of the devices. Now what we will do is do the main thing, that is HLS. We will run HLS and we will get the chunks, get the stream and the playlist, that is the index. So this is the basic diagram. So this is okay, I think I made a typo there. This is not an encrypted key, this is encrypted stream, which is just the stream that we had, and through there is playlist. Playlist file is just the playlist file. I already told you, it is the bookkeeping part. In this example, you can see that there is a duration. The duration is the video's duration. There is the key. Key is the encryption key that is used to encrypt the video. Video is encrypted. We use HLS uses AES for encrypting the video. So that's the key of that video encryption. There are the segments. 0 to 2 seconds is from 0 to 10 MB. It is an example. 2 to 4 seconds, like the next 2 seconds of that video are in 10 to 20 MB. It is just an example. It won't be like this, but it is just an example that if I want to fetch the 2 to 4 second portion, it would be in the 10th MB to 20th MB range. So I can just fetch that instead of fetching the complete file. So yeah. Storing stream. So now what we have is we have made the video compatible. We have run HLS and we got the stream and we got the playlist. Now what we do is now what we do is we take the encrypted stream and assume it is an encrypted stream, not an encrypted key. We take that encrypted stream and store in the server. So now what information do we have as Ente? We have your encrypted stream. We can't see your video. We have encrypted stream. The playlist part, we can still see it. We can see, okay, this dude has 10 MB, 10 minutes of a video. We can still see it. So what we do is we encrypt the playlist also. So now we can't see how much your video, what is the duration of your video. We can't see the essential detail of the video. We encrypt it and store it in the server. So now we have zero information about your video. We don't know what is the duration of the video. We don't know where segments start, where it ends, and so on. Playing stream. So now comes the final task. We have from a video we made it compatible. We ran HLS. We stored it in our server. Now how can we play it? So that's the final part. So for this, what we do is we take that encrypted stream that we stored in our server. We decrypt that stream. Now we have a playlist. Now one thing you might notice. Does our playlist know that what was the video URL? Where in the server it has stored? It doesn't know. It was independently storing it, and encrypted stream was also independently getting stored. What we do is it make a server call, and server will get that this is the link where the stream is stored. So we add the stream URL in the playlist, and now playlist is compatible. We can just play the playlist in the video player, and every video player supports M3, U8 or the HLS, so it will directly play. There is no issue in this flow. This is a brief demo. So in Ente, there is a 2-hour movie. If you click on that movie, it instantly loads, like it is around 2-hour movie. Now if I want to seek in between, it will take some time depending on the network, and it seeked at that time. What would have happened normally is it would have downloaded the complete movie if that was not present. I seeked again and it started playing from that. So that's the basic demo. You can use this in Ente and it is working. I have the video link in the end of the presentation. You can. Now the challenges we faced around this. So first challenge was mobile compute. See, now people have like good computers, good laptops, but what happens on mobile is still a small device. It has limited computation, and you are not the only app that is running on that phone. You are not that only app. So we have to respect the mobile compute constraints. We have to also respect that device might get heated up if we run this stream creation or HLS task for a long time. Not the playing part, but the starting part, like transcoding and converting it to HLS stream and playlist. So mobile has restriction. How we solved these restrictions was we limited the amount of video we can process. So we said, okay, we will only process video that are 60-second videos. Okay, so yeah, that's how we solved the mobile compute constraints. Now there was background thing. So you don't, if you are the user of Ente, you don't care how we do things, right? You just want to upload a video and it should be instantly playable. You don't care what we do in behind, we do video streaming or whatever. So everything should happen in background. It is background thing. So yeah, that was one of our challenge. And how we prevented it is we added some constraints, like if user opens the app and battery is good and device health is good and like temperature is good, then it would start syncing. So yeah, that's it. If you want to know the resources around this presentation, you can scan this QR code, and yeah, that's it. You can also play the demo like I showed. Okay. If you have any question, I can answer. I'm also available outside also.
Yeah, regarding the video streaming, right? You said it's coming directly off Ente's servers.
Which playing part?
Yeah, like I understand the processing bit. So I upload the video, you're processing it off my phone itself. So it's 60 seconds.
The encrypted stream is coming from server, yes.
Okay. Alright, I understand that. So my phone processes it, it converts it and everything, and then it gets uploaded to Ente's servers. Alright. Now you're streaming it back from there to the phone, right? When I want to play it and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick question, because I do this video streaming I had to do this video streaming thing for my previous company, and costs were very easily ballooning. How did you guys avoid that?
We are bearing the cost currently. Yeah, we are not passing down the cost to users currently. If it gets hectic, we might have to switch our decisions, but current stance is we are bearing the cost of this thing.
Do you have a plan for that? Because I had to do this, okay, mostly in audio and everything. And until I moved to a bare metal server, basically got a co-located thing where I had to pay for the internet and everything, but that was much easier.
I can talk to you details about this.
Our current stance I have already told. That's the current stance. Yeah, in detail you can.
But you're right, the problem is genuine, and there are ways we are thinking about it.
Sure.
Okay.
So that's what DLNA does, right?
What?
That's what a DLNA protocol does. Dividing the packet into the TS and encrypting it and then sending it. That's a DLNA protocol, right?
DLNA,
DLNA.
I actually don't have info about this word or DLNA. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So in one of the slides, you had shown a normal curve where you were like use HLS, then custom protocol,
Yes.
and use HLS. So the only difference in your custom protocol is that you're encrypting the chunks, right? Other than that, is there any?
Yeah, so major benefit is you can use any encryption technique in that. You can use like any encryption technique. You can use 512, like it's your choice. But currently, what happens is HLS or these custom protocol supports like limited encryption technique. That's the only benefit we get from that. But yeah, the downsides were more than the upsides, so we use the custom protocol.
No.
So
So
we use the HLS.
yeah. So you mentioned that it was a normal curve. You were using the custom protocol. The only difference is the encryption, and that encryption is increasing like server overhead because of processing, right?
No, so yeah, I think I didn't make it explicit. Everything is happening on phone. Whatever data is going out is encrypted. Server doesn't know what video content is.
All the processing is happening on the uploading device.
Yes, that's
Even the chunking and all.
yeah. That's why I told there is mobile compute constraints that we have to adhere to. Yeah.
Okay. So essentially, even like from transcoding to chunking, none of the processing is happening.
Everything is happening on phone. Whatever data is going to server is encrypted. Server is dumb. Server doesn't know anything.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Last question.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great presentation. My question is that, let's say if a device is having a low network bandwidth or network connectivity, do you guys support resolution as well in the video streaming?
No, currently, like we bear the cost. So we have found one format or one resolution or one bitrate that works and looks good. If we support that, then the problem would be that we have to store those things also. We discussed before that we might do it, but user would have to bear the cost. And I think most people won't like it. So that's the only reason we didn't do it.
Got it.
Okay.
If you have any more questions, you can find Prateek over on the booth at Ente. Thank you, Prateek. Hopefully, whatever you said was encrypted in their minds. Creating and signing documents are a big headache and a huge time waste. But a necessary one if you want to run a company. If you're someone who hates these tools and editors, Muneef, the founder of Functionary Labs, has built a tool that treats documents like infrastructure. To know more, please welcome Muneef. Hello.
Yeah. Hi. Hello. Am I audible? All good, right? I just start with myself. My name is Muneef. I'm the founder of Functionary Labs. We are a product studio, product design studio where we help companies and basically we build digital products. And I've been a designer all my life. I've been designing. I love typography, couple of things about me. And I've been also a developer. Whenever I get an idea or something, I also get to code it, and I've been passionate about FOSS and so on. One of such problems that we had when I was running a company was we had to basically create a lot of documents, in terms of.
If I went, he taught me in Navan.
When we are when you're running a company, you need to fill out proposals, offer letters, contracts, NDAs, and pretty large sum of documents. And being a developer, I wanted to automate these things. I also wanted to make it look good. Being a designer, I had the burden of making it good. And some of the options that I had while doing this was basically, Google Docs was, everyone's go-to option. but the output that Google Docs basically gave was pretty boring to some extent. And the only other alternative in most cases was like, if I really wanted to look it good, I would have to depend on something like InDesign or something, which was pretty much heavy in terms of the software. And a couple of other challenges that as a company, as a guy running a company, we had was like if you want to get a document signed and sealed, it would take a lot of applications to actually get it done, right? You would need Google Docs to probably order the document, and if you're signing with someone, you would need DocuSign or Sign or something like that. And eventually, if you want to store these documents, you would depend on something like Google Drive, Dropbox, or something like that. And that was a couple of the problems you had with documents. And so you see, there's a problem that I uniquely have probably, because I had to, being a designer, like I said, I had the burden of making it look good, right? And pretty, like, that comes up when you're a very small team and you want to look very professional, and you want to, make yourself like a $1 billion company or something, right? So design in some way helps that, like gives you that, look and feel and that experience around things. And in terms of other problems that we had was like with document was you always had to kind of if you're looking at Word, for example, you also have to deal with formatting. Like you have to if you're a company. Like there are hundreds of people and you are kind of making documents, someone would make a red color out of it, a purple color or something like that. So it was ingrained in your authoring infrastructure, that you have to mix content and the formatting. So this was also something, some sort of a problem that we had. We had. And the other problem was like document as such was basically, so if you look at Word, for example, you could basically write a poem around that, you could write a story around that, you can even write your screenplay in a Word. So there's never an enforcement around structure and what data should be there, or it's always basically free. You're basically free to do whatever you want to do. So these are a couple of problems that I had with documents when I was, when I had to deal with documents. And, one, like I said earlier, one problem was making it look good, right? The designer burden that I had. And the other was the developer burden. How do I automate this, right? I want to make it good. I want to automate, automate it as well. So if you look at making a document look good, like I said earlier, Google Doc was not actually cutting it, right? Google Doc, the kind of output that it gave was pretty basic. You didn't get to bring your company's font into it, and it was pretty basic in that sense. And like I said, I wanted to make it good look. So that is where we stumbled upon something, and as a developer, there was this feel-good moment when we found about LaTeX. And LaTeX, if you guys are familiar with LaTeX, it's more of a type document preparation system, which basically is it's 30-year-old system, but most of our our Google Doc or MS Word can't beat it in terms of its aesthetics or output quality. And it is mostly used by academics who basically use it to write academic papers or complex charts or something like that. Essentially, LaTeX enables, it's more like a what you call a programmable document, right? And so, which was, which is the reason, it has its own, set of libraries, ecosystems, and so on. So it has been very huge, and it is still pretty huge in certain circles. And one of the other discovery that we had was basically, a couple of tools like Panda, which essentially made us, enabled us to create some good-looking documents. So I would like to demo a quick setup. So so when I wanted to create proposals or contract, what I would usually do was like I would write it in a markdown. Markdown was like I would write it down something like this. It was pretty easy for me to write it down. It was plain text. It was it was it separated the formatting from the actual layout. So what I usually do is, like, whenever I get a chance, like whenever I do have to do something, I would just run pandoc. This is an example. I would use pandoc, connect it with a LaTeX, do some coding, some things like this, and basically it would generate a really good looking document, right? So this is a document that came out of that, and it had everything that I needed: the document, the table of contents, whatever was needed, even the headline here, this, all those things. So this was what I used to actually do. As a developer, this was easy for me. I could do it, but then came the problem when I wanted someone else to do it, right? So this is where we began the trying to build a tool that enabled us to do that. That is where we landed up at Wraft, or building Wraft, and So just to give you a quick intro into what Pandoc is. So Pandoc is like a universal document converter. It basically helps you write in Markdown probably and connect some LaTeX templates, and you get a beautiful looking document. So while doing this, we had a couple of thoughts, right? In my case, the Markdown was my source of truth. I was able to write my document in Markdown and then generate a sort of an artifact out of it, which is the PDF, right? But whenever I wanted to continuously edit the source of truth and generate a document around it based on the Markdown, it was possible. And this basically led me to question around how would others be doing this, right? How do they handle the problem of source of truth, and how do they enforce going to the next question, how do they enforce certain aesthetics to their official documents? How many tools does a document's journey really take? How could we automate it, like fill a name and get a letterhead PDF like that? And could we do it all without proprietary softwares? So this was the moment, like we were exploring around what was actually there and what we could actually ideally I was expecting something out to be there. It was not there, and we thought, I kind of translated that script that I showed you earlier into a FOSS tool that that eventually came out as Wraft. So we would like to introduce a Wraft, which is basically a document lifecycle management solution. It allows organizations to create, automate, and store official documents at scale. We're trying to reimagine how documents how documents are created and how to make it structured, automatable, and accessible for organizations of all sizes. Raft essentially brings in certain features. So, before that, like if you look at any company's document, it's mostly about these three things. You want to author it somewhere. It might be ideally, in your current cases, it might be a MS Word or a Google Doc or something. You collaborate around that, and you probably using a template that your company already uses. In terms of HR, you would be using something like a offer letter, change the name, and you would be repeating that. I recently had talked to a friend who got an offer letter, and the HR forgot to actually change the last name in the eventually delivered PDF. So that was something like you go there, manually edit it, and you create an artifact out of it, which is essentially a PDF. And once you get that, you get to sign it, which is probably might be a physical signature. It can be a e-signature or a digital signature or such, and then you would eventually want to store it somewhere. So that's where the problem I told earlier. In order for an organization to actually sign an India document, it takes a couple of minimum or almost around 3 to 4 different applications, right? That is where we thought, what if we could build a platform, that enabled companies to do it internally without depending on proprietary software, and that's how Wraft came about. So I would just I would just jump into our app, and I'll just quickly demo what it can do. Do you have the Wi-Fi? We are calling this a document infrastructure that you can actually own, and you can basically, we call ourselves document lifecycle management solution, and we basically allow companies to, create their documents, sign, automate, and store their most important set of documents. And I'll just start off just to demo what So this is Wraft, and I am at I immediately want to create something, right? I want to create a founder agreement, for example. I would so these are pre-made templates that I've created there. I would probably say create a name around that, and I can probably add metadata to the document. I can also give values to those things, and instantly all the documents values are filled up with whatever I have given, right? And so these are some basically. So this is basically a markdown editor with certain integrations that we did. But what it essentially does is, it is the text itself. Like you have the markdown, basic markdown formatting around that, but you're not using a VC-big like Google Doc or MS Word. So once you have a document pre-filled with the data, you can basically generate a document out of that. Which would essentially create a good looking stunning document, as I might call it. And this was all done, using Pandoc and LaTeX as the backbone, right? We have a lot of features around the authorship, around signing, around around collaborations. You have a live collaborative editor in here. But one thing that we want to actually make make it stand out is that we are calling this structured documents. So essentially, what it would mean is that when you create a document, if you're creating a Google Doc, for example, what would it mean is that you write something and you don't have access to what is the data there, what is the contract amount there, who is the person inside that that is being called around that. So we basically have this inside Wraft where we call it as data fields or fields, which is basically you can attach all your data around documents to that. So in here you have the text, which is the content here, which is essentially markdown. You have the document, which is the output, which is a separate thing, and you have features like data or metadata around these documents. We have a lot of flexibilities around what Wraft can actually do. Going back to this, how do we achieve this is primarily called, like I said earlier about structured documents, we have something called variants. I don't know, probably we might change the name later, but that is what we have now, right? Variant is like a document content type. You could create a vendor contract, you could create an agreement, and you can define what sort of fields would it need. You can also, it can be like offer letters, or it can be a relieving letters or anything like that. And once you have these fields defined, so in our case, so we have variants here. Variants can be like a, in this case, in the previous case, we have like a, we have defined we have just given the name here, but we could define any sort of field. And we could also define what sort of layout would it be using, what sort of flows would it be using, what sort of style or a theme would it be using, right? So these are down to the detail, you can configure them for each document. You can have different flows for each, each variant you could have different themes and, so this is in a way pretty much configurable, and there is also a structural enforcement, or at least in its basic form, happening here. So if I go back, everything inside here is a document, which is kind of an instance of a variant in our case. So if you have an offer letter, just to give you an example around this. If you are someone who had sent proposals, you would often see that you would have something like PRP 001, and the next day you would have to manually go in around it and say PRP 02 or something like that. So one of the problems that we saw was like, if you look at invoices, for example, invoices has sequence happening, like 001, 002 happening, but if you look at other documents, all those documents does not have that. So we thought, what if a proposal could have a sequence? What if a contract could have a sequence? What if any sort of documents that needed a sequence, and how would we address that? So if you create a variant in Wraft, you could create a prefix, and these sequence would be automatically added right now. So like I said, so if you look at the previous document that we created, from this textual document to this, something happened, right? How did I make this like this, right? So this was primarily done through what we call as layouts. Layouts are like this is where LaTeX and Pandoc comes in. We have features called plugs, where these have inherently, inside it, you can add your own LaTeX files. Like you can also import, custom structures to your platform. Let's say I would, so I'm just importing a particular template here. And this template would essentially mean I have have the flows associated with it, I have the layouts associated with it, I even have the fonts associated with it coming in with it. So once I do an import, basically I have the whole variant would probably be added here. So this is created here. It has document type, its flow, font, everything is added here.
So if you look at the zip file, for example, it is basically
a set of files, right? One is a letterhead that this file would need, which is the background, and a couple of fonts that it was basically using, the template data as JSON, and probably just for the markdown as content as markdown as well, and configuration in Wraft.json, which essentially defines the schema or what sort of data is coming along with it, right? So this is what essentially makes Wraft. It is a portable, structured. You can just create your own structure, send it to someone, they can start using that. So so this is how we basically enabled how we converted our journey from Markdown on a local system to making it more like a FOSS, easily usable, cloud hostable solution in Wraft. And so when we talk about, like I showed you teams, layouts and everything, but one other key feature of this is the flows. So if you remember, I told you about Wraft being a document lifecycle management solution. So how is this lifecycle managed? Is basically through flows. Flows are essentially steps where you would have a draft or a publish, or you can associate actions with each of these steps, right? And so in our case, you have certain flow states. You have a draft. You can define if it's a reviewer state or a signed state or something like that. So that is how we enabled flows. Document lifecycle management, and basically, So if you look at what I just explained, it is essentially, you have the text, which is the source of truth for you. You have certain, files contributing to the layout system. You have a theme, which is basically files and, certain colors. Then you have variants, which defines the structures of these documents. And then you have flows, which defines the life cycle of these documents. And what actually happens under the hood is that, whenever you give a document for preparation, we basically take the content, we generate a JSON out of that. We use an internal AST system and convert it into Pandoc compatible Markdown, and these files are combined together to build what the eventual PDF would look like. So what would Wraft be useful for? Proposal, contract automation, API to PDF. If you are building something, SaaS tool or something, you want to automate contract, Wraft can be useful for that. We eventually want it to be, we are also working it to make it into a full-fledged contract lifecycle management. We also have inbuilt features for document signing as well. And we are connecting with, we have plans to connect it. We are actively pursuing connections with ERP Next and other Zoho or other systems. We also are looking at connecting or creating with self-hostable, even proprietary AI systems, right? And that's mostly what Wraft does. I also want to show this process in which where you could also set up multiple steps and you could automate a document. So quickly to show, I could create a filling this up, and this would basically, I have in the relieving section, I have created a relieving letter and I have created an experience letter here. So we would have logs on what is happening, and so this basically created a document, experience letter for Sachin, relieving letter for Sachin, and if you look here, you would have all the sequence happening properly, and in the sideline you would have all these documents generated as PDF. So, this could be, we could work as an independent headless document generator. You could be a word processor of some kind. We're not competing with or, trying to be a replacement for Google Doc or MS Word, but this is, built for more for the automation aspect of it. But this can also be, if you are familiar with Markdown, this can also be, very comfortable symbol formatting. So, I think this is essentially what Wraft is, and we would love to have you, star us or contribute to the ecosystem, and we would love to talk how Wraft can help your existing document workflows. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Muneef. So this is what happens when a designer turns into a developer, turns into a founder. Next up, we have James. He's one of the co-chairs of IndiaFOSS. He's an American, but one fine day he decided to turn to Lucknow and is now learning Hindi. He started using Linux long before I and a lot of people over here were even born. He also has another speaker, Prateek Sunal, who's a senior software engineer at Red Hat. Together, they're going to speak about bootable containers, the future of Linux desktop. Please welcome James and Pragyan. Okay, hello.
Hello, my name is James Reilly. I am a co-chair for this conference. I live in Lucknow, as the intro said, and I've been working on bootable containers just as a hobby for the last, 10 months. And this is my thesis on why I think that it's going to take over the world and everybody will be using bootable containers in the next couple years. As this is the only talk on desktop Linux, I think, at this conference, I need to tell you that this is the year of the Linux desktop, more so than ever, I think. Especially because in I'm a little tall, I'm sorry. In a couple weeks, Microsoft is end-of-lifing Windows 10. You can check out endof10.org and hear all about that. Yeah, and Linux is now good enough, I think. in my opinion. So my opinion is the best opinion, I think. So yeah, what are bootable containers? You just take a container, Docker container, you put the Linux kernel in it, and now it's a bootable container. There, talk's done. Yeah. No, it's more complicated than that. I actually had to call in reinforcements to explain what is needed. But here's why I think bootable containers is going to take over the world. All you people who love Nix and NixOS, I'm sorry. I'm not going to learn the Nix language or figure out any of that stuff. I tried to install NixOS like, I don't know, 7 years ago and completely failed. I wasted like 2 days of my life. Hello? I'm sure it's way easier now, but you can't convince me this is better. I already know how to make Docker containers, so I can make a VM image just as easily. You can bring all the tooling that's used for Docker containers. I mean, I don't know if any of you have been under a rock, but Kubernetes and Docker has taken over the world. And now Red Hat basically had this project based on OS tree for the last 12 years. CoreOS, Container Linux, and Flatcar Linux use this thing called OS tree, but nobody wanted to touch it outside of that bubble. And so they've been working on this project called BootC to basically rework OS tree into something more distro agnostic and uses Docker containers to build and compose these images. And that's why, it just makes sense. And now you can bring stuff like Harbor and have a air-gapped registry that has all of your host OS images. You can subscribe to a tag, get updates automatically when you push to the registry. You can rebase and change what tag you're subscribed to. You can do things like software bill of materials, vulnerability scanning. You can even run, build these containers inside your KubeVirt Kubernetes image factory with the Argo CD or whatever, and then deploy to KubeVirt. And you have this all like Kubernetes native VM stack. And you never have to touch anything that's not, cloud native. So yeah, what problem is it fixing? For the last 10 years, Docker's taken over the world and everybody knows how to use it. But also for the last 10 years, the host OS has been left in the dust. You can use stuff like Ansible and Chef and Puppet, and they do pretty good, but you still get cases of configuration drift. You still get cases of things not getting pushed out correctly or connections not being made. This just cuts all that stuff out, and you just dump a new image onto the disk and boot into that fresh, golden image every time. So the future for BootC is to switch from OS tree as a backend to ComposeFS. This will get it off of this OS tree dependency. So right now, BootC images are basically just Fedora, Red Hat, Rocky, CentOS, Alma Linux. Anything that's not RPM based is not really working with BootC, but this changed about a month ago, mostly due to the work of Pragyan.
Hi all. My name is Pragyan. I'm working at Red Hat. I'm basically working on BootC and ComposeFS since the past 4 to 5 months. So, what is ComposeFS? So, ComposeFS, it's not an in-kernel file system. It is kind of a file system, but it combines 3 things basically: AeroFS, OverlayFS, and it also has FSVerity enabled. FSVerity is optional. You can enable it or not enable it. So it achieves deduplication by having a repository and using extended metadata. Am I not? Okay. Yeah, so it uses a repository and uses extended overlay attributes to actually deduplicate data. So in that way, it stores everything in a content addressable repository. And the other thing is AeroFS. So AeroFS is basically the metadata for the file system. So the data is actually stored in the repository, whereas AeroFS stores the metadata for the actual file system. Okay, now what actually is FSVerity? So if you've heard of DMVerity, FSVerity is similar to that, but it's for files. So FSVerity needs to be enabled per file, and what the kernel actually does is whenever you enable FSVerity on a particular file, the kernel will create a Merkle tree for that file using the page size you specified. And so in that way, it's really fast, and it can also be thought of a constant way to hash a file. That's basically how FSValidity works. And it works on files, not directories. It works on the content of the file. It doesn't touch the file metadata. So that's something separate. Also, it's enabled per file, and you have to actually enable it per file, otherwise it won't work. So that's what FSValidity is. Now, how does this all work? So what we have is we have an OCI container image. What we do is we pull that into a ComposerFest repository, which basically has the, you can think of it as a content addressable storage of the OCI container image, and every particular file in that repository has its FSValidity enabled. And in order to create a root file system out of it, what we do is we mount the ERFS, and then we have some extended attributes. So we have trusted or overlaid or metacopy extended attribute, and we have a redirect attribute which tells the kernel to actually go and look at this file in the repository whenever the user wants to open a particular file. So that's how this all works. This might have been a bit confusing because I went over it way too quickly, but that's basically the gist of it. And how it all works, we also working on this whole secure bootable chain, and what that basically does is we have a ComposerFest hash in the kernel command line arguments, which is basically the FSValidity hash of the ERFS image that's created. And during boot, kernel verifies that the actual FSValidity hash of the ERFS image matches whatever's in the kernel command line. And that's how we have integrity and security for the entire file system, the entire root file system. So the entire root file system is also read-only, but we have etc and var separate. So it's similar to how RPM history works. So etc is per deployment, and var is actually shared between all the deployments. So everything that might break your laptop, for example, everything in user, everything in opt, everything in run, all of that's read-only. So even if you run some random script off the internet, it won't actually break your laptop because whatever changes it might do to user, it won't be able to do because, again, user's read-only. The only non-read-only directories are /etc and /var. And everything else is just a symlink to /var. Home is a symlink to /var/home. Okay, I'm not, I don't remember it, but yeah, sure, everything else that's supposed to be writable is a symlink to /var. Oh, yeah, sure. So we have, so when I was working on it, we only had Fedora images, but now we have this organization on GitHub called Boot Crew, who have been able to integrate ComposerFest with Arch Linux. They've been able to do it for Debian. They've been able to do it for Ubuntu. And yeah, we are actually getting pretty close to having Bootsy work for Bootsy be actually distro agnostic. James, Steve.
Yeah, so what does this have to do about the Linux desktop? I mean, obviously this makes sense, like in a corporation, you have a bunch of servers. But I think it fixes a lot of problems that we have on desktop Linux, and that's what I care about because I'm a nerd, I guess. Okay, so these are the 5 most used operating systems. Actually, I have a quick question for you. How many of you use Linux as your primary computing device? It's pretty good. It's like 60%. How many of you have tried to use Linux as your primary computing device and something broke and then you went back crawling back to Windows or Mac OS? Keep your hands up, I want to see. Okay, so this talk is for you. The first crew, you guys are, already done for. So, for this purposes, Windows doesn't count. It's legacy. It sucks. You already understand why it sucks. But these they have a read-only root file system. You have to jailbreak or turn off system verification, or you have to, root your device in order to break your device. It's like training wheels, No one complains about this except Linux users. They all have something at least related to what's called AV boot. So if you get an update that's bad and it causes things to not boot, it'll automatically roll back. Or if you want to manually roll back, it will roll back. So like most of you haven't used Chrome OS, but it's huge in the States as like school computers. They start up in 10 seconds. They update in the background. So the update's just waiting for them. You just throw your laptop somewhere, you open it again, it's up to date. No one even notices because it's just a browser. So, oh, sorry, I keep doing that. And then, yeah, most importantly, oh, did I break it? Is it working? Okay. Most importantly, it's image-based updates. So it's an atomic operation. It either updates or it doesn't update. There isn't all these packages that mess up and like step on each other's toes and completely break everything. And this is the #1 issue I have with Linux. I even had a Linux install fest with IndiaFOSS maybe 6 months ago, and I wasn't quite converted to this way of thinking, and so I doubted myself and installed Ubuntu on someone's computer. And inevitably, like 3 weeks later, they had an update that broke everything, and I'm like, sorry, I can't fix it. I should have stuck to my, convictions and got them on Bootsy right away. Bootsy fixes all these things, and I'll explain why. Here's a project I've been working on. I'm a maintainer for Bluefin as part of the Universal Blue group. Probably heard of Bazite and Aurora and all this. It's for now, a Fedora-based image, a GNOME desktop, and it's all dinosaur themed. Because of this guy, George Castro, loves dinosaurs at the CNCF. And this is the deal. You get Flatpaks, you get Homebrew, the most popular CLI thing for macOS. You're stuck with it on ours too. And you can install stuff in a container. Podman containers. There's a tool called DistroBox that makes all your, GUI apps work and show up in your app list. This is what you get, and you can write to var and you can write to Etsy. You can change your config. Everything else, these are the tools. This is the sandbox that you work in. Everything else is immutable. /user /opt. Actually, we made /opt mutable, but it's kind of a hack. And this makes sense to me, for beginner users, they want something that just works. They don't need any of this install stuff. They just need Flatpak as their app store, download the apps that they need to get Spotify or whatever. We get the updates automatically. For some reason, it's not automatically enabled on Fedora, Silverblue and stuff, but updates are pushed automatically every week. You have to reboot and then you get the latest and greatest. And for us developers too, they actually like doing this. It's a little bit more work to do everything in the container, but then your work is reproducible, doesn't leave crap in your thing. Who has used dev containers with VS Code here? Raise your hand. Yeah. Do you like it? Who hates it? Who's used it? A couple people. Okay, whatever. I mean, it is a little bit more work, but I can work on a project and then come back to it 9 months later and have all my build tooling sitting there right there. I don't have to reinstall anything or get anything set up. I just click open the container and it's all going to work. And this is a cool thing that Bootsy enables. You can actually rebase. So, and technically you could rebase from GNOME to KDE. You could rebase from Bluefin, which is kind of a dev, or just a normal Chromebook-like experience. It's a Bazite, which is a gaming image. And then once you either get an update or do a Bootsy switch, it's a staged image. So when you restart, you'll boot into that new image. And so basically all your mutable state will just move into that new image. Hopefully you understand that. Bazite's like insanely popular. All these handheld devices to support all these like Steam Deck and then all these Steam Deck copies that have come. And they've added support to like RGB and all this. And Bootsy really enables this really tight dev cycle. You understand this, people who work on Docker containers. We literally just put everything on GitHub. And if there's a slight issue for this device, we just add support, or somebody from the community adds support. So like Bluefin, we have 2,000 users and 200 contributors. That's insane. No project is like that, but because it's GitHub, it's all in Bash and Python. People just fix the problems that annoy them and they send a PR and then we accept it. This is what I've been working on actually for the last 10 months. This is what's called Bluefin LTS. It technically came out this week. Instead of being based on Fedora, we're based on CentOS. Instead of using Silverblue, we're using a pure Bootsy experience. So we're kind of trying to move away from the old OS tree stuff and move just pure Bootsy. I can even show you the code.
And camera back side LCD back panel.
So here's the container file. We just is that readable? Should I make it bigger? Can you read? No, yeah, okay. We just from CentOS bootc, we mount a bunch of random crap. We run build.sh, which just goes through all these builds. We install some base packages. We install GNOME. We install the extra packages that we need to get things working. Stuff like we get secure boot working, and we have stuff like managing using TPM, so you don't have to type in your password every time. It's all just a script we just put on there. And we do some workarounds and everything. We have an NVIDIA variant, so we add in the NVIDIA images or drivers. But yeah, you can go and read this and understand it, and even fork it and add in packages that you don't like. You can even just use our image template, Universal Blues image template, and build your own repository, your own CI, and subscribe to your own image. You can go online and go to Artifact Hub and look at all the bootc images that are already made. There's lots of people who just make their own personal image. And here's a quick demo. So this is using my own kind of personal side project. Red Hat dropped support for x86 v2. So any x86 processor before Sandy Bridge, Intel like 2012, or servers before like 2021, Red Hat Rail 10 doesn't work on it. This was in order to get about a 5% speed boost, 3 to 5% speed boost depending on what it is, but it kind of sucks. So Alma Linux rebuilt all of Rail 10, targeting the v2 architecture. So now you can install Alma Linux on your old stuff. So I said, okay, we're making an LTS image based on CentOS, which is EFStream for Rail. But people can't install it on their old computer, so I started a project called Tuna OS, which is just a copy of Bluefin LTS on Alma Linux so that we can support these old images. But if you look here, I'm booted into Tuna OS based on Alma Linux Kitten, and I can prove that here. If you don't finger things, yeah. So this is 10 Lion Cub, and it's Alma Linux. It's Alma Linux Kitten. I actually put a base image thing here. Yeah, 10 Kitten. But I have it staged Bluefin DX LTS. So I'm just going to reboot my computer, and we'll take questions, and then you'll see that I'm now on CentOS, and it's all going to be dinosaur themed. So yeah, are there any questions so far? Hopefully, we kind of breeze through things here.
Hi, my name is Karnataka. So Docker is basically it is lightweight. So if we go for patch updates, it will increase the Docker size. So how it will be?
Yeah, so server images are around 1 to 2 gigabytes, getting the kernel in and all this, and systemd and everything. These desktop images are around 4 to 5 gigabytes. So some people have criticized bootc because it kind of abuses the OCI registry. And GitHub gives us free, I have like 200 gigs of free cloud storage on GitHub Container Registry. I mean, most of this project is brought to you by GitHub's free stuff. Eventually it'll go away. I've been doing some self-hosting with Forge Joe and local runners and running my own registry, but I mean, why would I do that if I can just abuse GitHub? But yeah, it does increase the size. But it enables some crazy stuff like air-gapped deployments. You know, if you're in a secure environment or if you want to in-house your stuff, and you have all your CI pipeline and your desktop images in the same infrastructure as your Docker containers. And so then people in finance or cybersecurity can just come and say, we need to audit your stuff. And you're like, it's all right here. It's not all right here, and then here's some Ansible playbook that's off in the corner. They just say, no, look at our CI and just treat it all the same. So you can just imagine how easy that is. And I think it'll mean adoption in the server land, but I think it'll also mean adoption that companies will actually want to use it for their desktop environments, because now things are manageable in a way that isn't manageable with Windows or Mac OS.
One more question. Docker is totally ephemeral. It will get crashed at any point of time.
Yeah, this isn't a Docker container. You aren't booting a Docker container. What is happening is the contents of that OCI image, Docker image, is being dumped onto the disk. And it's being dumped, every time you switch, it's being dumped to the disk.
Yeah, so we have data deduplication, and you're not booting from a container, like James said. We take the OCI image and we just put that onto the disk. And whenever, let's say, you make a change, some minor change to that OCI image, we have all the layers come from the disk. What we do is we only have one separate file or one separate.
It's okay. I'll just roll back.
Yeah, as I was saying, if you make one small change to the Docker file, what usually happens is only that particular small change will be pulled into that repository because we already have everything else in the repository. So this is how we achieve deduplication, and again, you're not booting from a container, it's all on your laptop or your computer, your server, whatever.
So the default file system will be XFS or Compose?
You can totally choose whichever you want. You can use XFS, ext4, BetterFS, it's all up to you. We don't enforce anything.
Thank you.
Hi, how does Bootsy compare with Fedora Toolbox?
I think James would be better.
So Toolbox is basically a workaround for people on these atomic images to get the tooling that you need to run. So it's just a Podman container that mounts stuff right so that you can mount your home directory and work on projects.
So it's for the silver blue users.
So it's a different layer. So we're talking about the host operating system image, and Toolbox is a tool that you run to get tools that aren't available in your host operating system.
Thank you.
This is a slightly niche question. I'm back, and so I was looking into using CoreOS for a server deployment. It's not like small scale, nothing big, but I wanted to know exactly like container layering was something that was there before, right? And with OS3, and it was being moved towards Bootsy. I was looking at the issues, seeing the progress, and I want to know how that will work now, because would you have to rebuild the entire container and have a separate derivative container, or is container layering something that's still going to support? And will it be easier to use?
I can talk. So right now you can do that. It's just temporary to one session. So you can do DNF install -- transient, or you can do Bootsy user overlay, and it basically mounts an overlay FS with your changes. I think the goal is to make that be able to be persistent after reboots, but right now you can just install whatever package you want for the session that you're on.
Thank you.
Hey, I remember a long time ago there being a project by Jesse Frazell to like take all of the desktop apps, put them in Docker containers, make all the Docker files for it. But it ended up bloating the system so much and being very slow to install. So is it something similar to that, or like have you written Docker files for every desktop app, or?
No, we use Flatpaks because Flatpak dominance, supremacy. But that's that's running natively. So like for instance, Citrix, I've used Citrix once, the remote desktop kind of thing, and they only have a .dev. So I can use DistroBox to install a .dev into a Podman container of Ubuntu or Debian, and then have it like show up as a normal app. So it's for hacks and workarounds that you'd be using DistroBox or Toolbox. Ideally you'd be using Flatpak or even Homebrew just to use a CLI tool. We've actually just been experimenting in Universal Glue, taking LM Studio or VS Code, because we have VS Code on the image, but instead we can use it as a brew cask and dump it in Homebrew's thing and get it all mounted correctly. It's working now. And so we're going to do that to all the IDs because they have a hard time with Flatpaks because they're sandboxed and they need file system access and all this tooling. So we're probably just going to add all the IDEs as homebrew casks and fix everything. LM Studio 2 had an app image. We're doing that too.
So my question is, why OS tree and when are we moving to ComposeFS?
So ComposeFS is work in progress, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to share this, so I won't. But basically, you can expect ComposeFS in the next, maybe by summer next year.
And why OS tree?
Sorry, why OS tree?
Why OS tree?
I don't understand the question.
I mean, what was the motive behind using OS tree for booting containers?
I'm not really sure about that. I think
So before 2 years ago, Bootsy didn't exist. CoreOS and Silverblue, the Fedora Atomic project, existed, and it used an RPM OS tree. And so Colin Walters, oh, sorry, I keep doing that. I'm just going to be shorter. Colin Walters is the head project lead, was working on OS tree, and came up with the idea of Bootsy, and was trying to transition everything over, you know? So that's why it's dependent on OS tree for now. But we just dropped that dependency in the last month. But some of the tooling still needed to make ComposeFS just as good and better than the OS tree. So, you know, this is what you need to have a proof of concept, make something work with the tools that you already have, and then build the right tools. You know, this is how engineering works. Oh yeah, I try to rebase it. Oh, I did that again. I try to rebase and it totally broke because I haven't tried it in a month. But I just rolled back to my old image and it's fine. So maybe I'll try it again. This is a fun thing. I can experiment and break stuff and I'm not worried about it. This is the triumph for me. This is what sold me is I have not had to reinstall my computer for 9 months. And when using Linux, I had to reinstall my computer every 3 to 4 months. I don't know if anyone else is like that, but this is how it is for me. I'm so good at fixing stuff, but I'm way better at breaking stuff. Yeah, I think that's all we have. If this made you mad, then you are a Linux neckbeard. And if you're excited, then join us for the future. We need a lot of help. I need help on my Tuna OS project. We need a maintainer for the Aurora LTS based on CentOS. So if you're a KDE user, I would love to talk to you and help you, I don't know, make this thing work for KDE on CentOS. I just can't use KDE every day because I use GNOME every day. So I need someone who's actually going to dog through this and actually use it. So. Cool.
The best opinion of James. Next up we have Karan. Karan found that Clickhouse is a powerful engine for log analytics, but it lacks good explanation UI. So without waiting for anyone, he went out, he built Logchef for Clickhouse. The best part is that you need not migrate from the existing schema. P.S. He loves to cook food. So let's wait for Karan.
Let's go out there because another talk started.
You have something? We'll meet you up. Excuse me. Come back in half an hour. Sorry. I'll go to the You go and come Bro, only correct people are there. Anyone goes. Okay. When will you come back again? When do you want me to come back? How much time? The thing is, I need to go to my cousin's house. Directly on your phone? No, you can, according to that I will. Yeah, you are not going to come tomorrow. Leave it a night sleep up. Oh, we are horse in days for you tell what to do.
Now you go and come 1 kilometer go and get it
Come back. Actually, my cousin was asking me to go to lunch.
Lunch going to
Lunch போயிட்டு திருப்பி வரணும்னு நான் வரேன்.
Lunch போயிட்டு but at least
okay, I'll call you when I reach there.
Akash Moganti.
Sir, wireless drawing.
Here skill issue.
Hi everyone, my name is Karan and I'm here to present my side project called Logchef. It's basically a purpose-built log explorer for browsing logs on Clickhouse. Check that. Yeah, so I'll continue and this is basically Logchef, the log explorer UI, the main UI. This is how it looks. I'll give a brief history of how I started building this project. So I work at a stockbroker firm, Zerodha, where we have a lot of compliance requirements for storing logs for a large duration of time. And we were using originally ELK back in 2017-2018. We hit scaling issues with our logging infra. So ELK is basically Elasticsearch, Logstash and Kibana. So before that, can I have a show of hands of people who are using logs to debug your production incidents? Pretty much everyone, right? So it's a common problem, common issue across industries, across all our production infra and environment. So the pains of ELK, basically Logstash started to slow down at peak order timing, like at 9:15 the markets open, and that's when we hit a surge in orders and surge in number of requests that hit our platform, and that's when the number of requests that are logged, they just slow down and they never appear on our logging infra for like maybe several next hours. So it's very difficult to debug live incidents using logs in that system. And Elasticsearch is notorious for using heavy, large amount of memory, and also since it builds an inverted index for every log event, you need to store 3 to 4x amount of data for every log record. So it's expensive to run and to even maintain storage requirements for maybe 5 or 7 years of logs, which all ultimately comes down to heavy infrastructure costs on AWS. And then in 2019 or something, Elasticsearch also was undergoing licensing issues. It had a licensing change, so we had to search for an alternative. And we did search we did come across a few alternatives like Loki at that time, and we did explore multiple other options, but we decided to choose Clickhouse for logging. So Clickhouse is basically a columnar database which has a lot of really fine-tuned stuff which allows you to write a lot of data, and it's good for writing immutable data. So basically insert heavy load and less number of reads is perfect for Clickhouse. It's also very cost efficient because it allows compression ratios of 80%, 90% easily, which helps to bring down the storage cost. And it has really good semantics for logging systems. So basically it has inbuilt TTL systems. It allows you to like choose between disks where you can have the last 1 year of data on your hot storage, which is the SSD, and you can move older data to S3, Glacier, whatever. It all works built in. It also has replication and sharding built in, so you can also have a ClickHouse cluster with sharded data and also have replicas on it. So the problem we faced when we migrated our login system to ClickHouse was we didn't have a good UI to browse the logs. And the only UI we had back then was Metabase. So Metabase, if you don't know, it's a business intelligence, business analytics tool. It connects to databases. You can write ad hoc queries. You can get graphs, dashboards, pie charts, whatever. But for logging, it just sucks. So because it's not meant for logging actually. So when you have to debug an incident, you have to write long ClickHouse SQL queries manually. Now imagine that you are debugging a system instead of writing grep or similar Unix-like commands to get the logs, tail the logs. You're writing long SQL. It just doesn't work. And you can so there's no proper timestamp selector. Then if you want to see the log before and after the log line you are interested, basically the log context, you can't get that easily. This is the Metabase UI, where you see you have to write this SQL query. You can obviously save the queries, but you can't get a rich UI out of this, which is purpose built for logging. So this is why this we had for the longest time, and developers in our company just hated using the logging infra. So for obvious reasons. And that's when I decided I'll build Logchef. Basically, the missing part for a good ClickHouse logging story was the UI, and that's what Logchef aims to solve. And when you're building a project, the focus should be razor sharp on what it aims to solve. It shouldn't aim to like solve 100 different things, because that's not possible. So my aim was just to have a read-only layer on ClickHouse, and that's why it only focused on the querying part, not the insertion part. So insertion is you can handle with the existing tools like Vector, FluentBit, Promptail, whatever. The idea of Logchef is that you just have a ClickHouse table. You can create a new one, or you can connect to existing one if you already have, and just without zero migrations, you just start using this. And so several options when I was checking from moving to ELK to another system, didn't have RBAC. So since I mentioned already, we have a lot of heavy compliance and audit requirements. We need to have a proper granular control on who accesses the logs, and it shouldn't be accessible to everyone. So that's why, and oftentimes you see in many open source apps also, you have to pay this SSO tax, where the basic version will be free, but to add a OIDC or any kind of authentication authorization, you need to buy a commercial version. So that I was very clear in Logchef. I'll build a like model, OIDC model, authorization model from day one without any kind of freeware or crapware. So you can see the basic tenets of Logchef is source. Source is the underlying ClickHouse table, and then you have teams. So you have a group of users. You can assign them to a team, like engineering team, compliance team, whatever. And then those teams can access the ClickHouse logs, the sources. And each team, each user can have a role. Admin role has a super user privileges. Editor can manage the team members and assign them different permissions. And the member is just a read-only member. So this is a small UI of how the team management works, the RBAC model. You can see this is the table stats, that is the team members, team sources. And I'll do a quick demo in the end. So querying logs is the most important focus for Logchef to get it right. I have a simple search syntax, like you can see it's basically a keyword value kind of a query language. It's not a language, it's not a proper DSL, it's just a simple syntax. So you can see you can combine the queries, status not equal to 512 and method equal to post, so it will what it does is, internally on the front end only, it converts that to a ClickHouse SQL query, which is optimized for a logging use case. So you can see message, the tilde operator, timeout. So it will there's a position operator in ClickHouse which does a partial matching on that whole field. So this is very common use case in logging. So it has that built in. You can see that is the query, method equal to post, status equal to 500. So on the front end only, it will prepare a ClickHouse SQL query and send it to the backend, which is in Go. This is how the log UI works. You can see the query is on the top, and then we have the search results. Now we'll talk about some features of Logchef, which are useful in querying. One of the most required features is variable. So you can have same query but with different values. So you can use the double curly braces operator to interpolate the values, and it will open a variable pop-up in the right side. You can choose a variable type, text, number, date, and you can also save these queries in a team. So all the team members can see the saved queries. Then I have added an AI assistant, which basically you just have to bring your own LLM model provider or an OpenAI compatible endpoint, and you can write a SQL query. Like you can write a natural language query, like find out logs from today morning 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. and you can it'll generate the SQL. So that is the advantage of having the translation on the front end only, because backend doesn't care about all this, how the query is generated. You can use any kind of interface to build the query in the UI, which the backend understands. There's a MCP, obviously, because MCP is all the rage these days. So Logchef has a MCP server which you can self-host. And so the cool part about this is, since I mentioned having a strong RBAC model, so each user can have a token, access token also, which you can generate from the UI, and you can give this. So the MCP server will, when you're querying with the MCP, you'll only have access to the data that you can actually query using your role. This is one of the example I took from the Claude UI, where I gave a query and it connected remotely to the Logchef MCP server, and it gave me a summary of the analysis it did. Then I have, so since you connect to the remote ClickHouse table, you will obviously be interested in seeing the stats also. So this table, this UI shows some of the table stats and also the compression ratio. Right now it's 6x, and you can even see granular data of column stats also, like how much, which column is being compressed the most, and you can then fine tune your schema accordingly, or you can find some gaps in your schema if you spot anything here. This is a new thing I added last month. Basically the previous UI I saw was a table for the log results, but there's a compact mode as well, which it will show the basically in a log FMT style, which means a keyword value style for the whole log line. So if you're preferring that for a more Linux, Unix-like experience, you can switch to the compact mode. Deployment is quite simple. It's a stateless deployment. You just need a SQLite DB to store the your users, metadata, teams, all of that. The ClickHouse sits separately. Like Logchef doesn't interfere in the ClickHouse deployment at all. Whatever the way you want to deploy a ClickHouse cluster or a single node ClickHouse, you can do it and just connect remotely. And even OIDC, you can use any generic OIDC provider. So in the demo I have Dex IDP, but you can pretty much use any OIDC provider, it will just work. I have a few things in the pipeline since Logchef is not 1.0 right now, and these are the few items that I want to achieve before hitting 1.0. One of them is having JSON operators in the search. So when you're searching and you have a JSON column, you can use a dotted notation. That is work in progress right now, so you will expect that soon. Surrounding logs view. This is what I was talking about, having a context in the log line. So you can see 5 logs above the log line you're interested. Let's say you got a timeout, but you are interested what happened just like maybe 2 or 3 seconds before that which cause the actual issue to happen. So this is something useful that will be helpful for debugging. Then I'll add alerting feature where you can write your normal queries and you'll get an alert via webhooks or email when that alert threshold hits. And then live tailing is basically, there's an open PR right now for this. It opens a WebSocket connection and streams the logs directly from a Clickhouse instance to the front end. So we can expect these. I'll have a demo right now. This is a public demo. It will be better if you open on a desktop machine or a mobile. So this is the DEX OIDC provider that I'm using. So this is the, so when you are starting with Logchef, this is the page that you will go to first. One second. And you'll do an add source. So source is basically creating a table or connecting to an existing table. It's up to you. So the table it creates, it also creates like a optimized schema for storing your logs. It's loosely based on an OTIL schema, but you can obviously customize it as well if you are not wanting some fields or you want some extra fields. So you can do that. Or if you have an existing table, you can connect to it. Now when you do that, you'll see them here. So these are the two tables that I have in my demo setup. And this is the table stacks that I was just talking about. Then you can, once you have created a table, you will need to add them to a team. So on the team management page, you can see the members who are added to the team and sources which are added to the team. So only the members who are showed in this engineering team will have access to these two sources. And on the admin page, you'll see your user management stuff. Then you have the main UI Explorer. So I'll go to the HTTP logs. This is the date picker. You can select, like, let's say last 15 minutes. And this is the querying editor. You can select values from here and query. It will show like that. And to switch to the compact mode or the table mode, you can do that from here. And this is the save query UI, where so the demo instance doesn't allow you to create or save the queries on this demo instance, but obviously you can deploy this yourself and or a local instance and explore this on your own instance. Can do one more. So it also shows so in Clickhouse, your schema, you can optimize the schema by having some sort of order keys. So it also shows that if your schema already has some order keys, then you must include these keywords in your query, which will make the query faster. So you can have based on that, you can write your query. So there are some UX additions which will make querying easier. So these are some of the things that I have added over time after deploying in prod, and it's pretty much. I would love to hear like what all feature suggestions you have for Logchef, and if you're interested, you please check out the website, the documentation page, or the GitHub repo. And if you are wanting a specific feature, please feel free to raise an issue as well. Thank you.
If someone is interested in asking any questions to Karan, you can.
Hey, thank you for the cool demo here. How do you currently think it compares to the cloud inbuilt logging like GCP or Azure has their own UI for browsing logs. How do you think it compares to that right now? And
So I've not used the GCP or the Azure UI, but since we are a AWS heavy like infra, I've used some of their CloudWatch mechanism. But for us, the main requirement was to having these logs for a long period of time, and over time these costs will add up. So we wanted to have a way where we could archive some of the logs to a Glacier bucket. Whenever we need them on demand, we can always bring them back to a primary S3 store or disk and then query them. So that was a major requirement from an audit or a compliance point of view. So that's why we wanted a more hands-on experience. That's why we went with Clickhouse.
Nice. Very cool. Thank you.
So I'm wondering how the shipping is happening. I'm wondering how the shipping is happening from multiple different nodes or Kubernetes or into.
Yeah.
What are the things you'll support, like a file beat?
So we are using Vector. Vector is written in Rust. It was acquired by Datadog some 2 years back. Vector allows us to just collect the logs. So we use Nomad. Basically, we collect the logs from Docker containers, and this Vector agent runs locally on each node. It collects a log, and Vector can ship to any kind of destination. They call it sync. So it can be ClickHouse, it can be HTTP server, it can be S3, it can be anything, Postgres, whatever. So we use Vector for collecting aggregating logs.
It's a normal daemon set kind of a stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. It supports VM and everywhere, right?
Yeah. You can just deploy this anywhere. It supports a lot of sources. So like file source, Nginx source, Docker source. So,
nice.
Yeah.
And the second worry point is actually similarly the problem which is solving is infra problem, which is actually we have a hot, warm and cold kind of a setup in ELK, which is giving a lot of infra we need and multiple different indices.
Yeah.
Similar here, we are going to put the same thing into multiple different DB. There are 2 DB involved.
No, so you can have the same table, but in the TTL policy you can mention partitions. So in ClickHouse you can separate the data using partition, and you can have a TTL clause where you can say last 1 year data can be in the hot partition. So you have to define these partitions in the ClickHouse config.
But my ClickHouse is running in the same disk, right? Maybe SSD only, right? So
no, you can have a remote partition as well, like S3 or a EFS storage also. That works.
Check it out. Okay. Fine. Thank you. That's a lot. Nice demo.
So apart from the authorization part, what are the advantages of using Logchef over something like Grafana with a ClickHouse plugin?
Yeah, so I did explore that, but since I mentioned we need some custom TTL, and also the RBC was not an optional requirement for us. It was a strong must-have thing for us. So that was something unavoidable. So we couldn't choose Grafana Loki, but Loki is also a really great interface for browsing logs. We did experiment Loki, but not with ClickHouse, just the whole Loki infra. That didn't scale well for the amount or the kind of logs we had. So that is there, but sure, Grafana ClickHouse is also okay for like a single node, single user kind of environment. That also works.
Hey, hi. Yeah, here. Sorry. So earlier you had mentioned log tailing is something that's coming up, right? So, so how does that work through ClickHouse? Because I would understand if that is happening, you're tailing on a separate, there's like a file that is being written and you're tailing that. But if it's happening through a DB.
So it actually happens through a Go backend server, which opens a WebSocket connection with the front end. But on the Go to ClickHouse side, it's just periodic polling. Like every 5 seconds, it's issuing a query for the last recent logs for a particular table, or a filter that query that you have mentioned. It streams the logs from ClickHouse. So in ClickHouse to Go, there is no like stream open. It's just a, like you can say, SSE kind of a connection where you keep on reusing the same connection and get the results.
That could get like that could get a little bit bad for performance, right? Given that Clickhouse is a little bit constrained on reads, and you're constantly performing, especially with log tailing, it can be extremely bursty.
So it all depends on the kind of infra that you have deployed Clickhouse on. So it could handle few queries. Like these are just issuing a query maybe every 3 or 4 seconds. Now it depends what is the volume of the logs that is coming in that period. If that is a huge number, yes, we have to decrease the query interval, refresh interval, and work around that. So
understood.
That has to be a tunable parameter.
Got it. Yeah. All right.
Karan will be available even after this talk, so you can have him downstairs or even outside and have a talk. So we know that Karan looks good. Now it's going to Bharath. Next up we have Bharath Reddy. So unless you're living under a rock, you know the current geopolitical scenario, right? More restrictions on certain goods and less restrictions on certain goods. So at least particularly in the AI allied industry. Few countries are right now exploring open source alternatives for the same. And to give you all a very detailed overview of the freedom, control and power, let's welcome Bharath Reddy from Takshashila Institutions.
No. Only one question and answer.
That's not okay.
I will show you.
Hi everyone. My name is Bharath, like Justin was saying, and I work at the Takshashila Institution. So our work is largely, in my work at least, is largely around AI governance and the geopolitics around that. So what I'll be talking about today is looking at how broadly these would be the key takeaways. So firstly, we look at how there are narratives which are shaping how governments are trying to govern AI. So there's this narrative that artificial general intelligence is around the corner, and what that means for policy, what that means for governments trying to control it, and so on. And there's a AI race narrative also that's playing up a lot. And we look at how geopolitics is increasingly influencing tech decisions and how that plays a role in the AI value chain. And then we look at how open source itself, the significance of open source has been changing, what that means when you're thinking about it as freedom, and now when you're thinking about it as sovereignty and how it can enable that. Lastly, we look at what OpenAI, not the company OpenAI, how that is a strategic priority for both the US and China, and what they're trying to do about it, and what that means for India. So let's start off with narratives, right? So narratives, if you might have come across a lot of different ways in which you have seen governments trying to frame a certain narrative. And narratives, what they do is they help you think of a certain topic more clearly. They help you frame action towards it. They help you mobilize resources. All of these things are possible when you frame a certain narrative around a particular issue. So you can think of Viksit Bharat as a narrative, for example. So 100 years of independence, you want to be a developed power by 2047. That is a narrative that the government is trying to shape, right? Similarly, when you think of AI, there are certain narratives at play which help create a favorable market environment for the companies that are in that space, that are leading development in that space, and create a regulatory environment also, so that governments are favoring, create regulations that can either benefit themselves or benefit the companies that are trying to build this. So when you look at what are some of the narratives that you see that are being pushed related to AI governance, you see a lot of heads of big AI companies coming and saying that artificial general intelligence is just a couple of years away, and the current models that they have some sparks of general intelligence. So these are things that make it seem like something that's very important, that everyone needs to be concerned about, and it makes governments also take notice and maybe listen to their demands when they're talking about it. So, and following this, you see that the US just recently, I think last month or the month before that, they've come up with this AI action plan, where they say that they want the US to be, that there's a race to achieve global domination in artificial intelligence, and that US and its allies should be at the forefront of that race. Right? So this is a kind of framing of this. It's a narrative that has been used to say that the US needs to put all of its efforts to ensure that they are in the lead, and it requires a lot of deprioritization of a lot of other things which are probably more important, right? So any climate impact from building such large models, any impact on society, the guardrails that have to be built in place so that you can adopt it more responsibly. All of those will be deprioritized because it is seen as something that's a national security concern, that you're in a race with China and you fall behind, then you have a lot to lose, right? So when you frame it like that, it leads to certain kind of impact for the industry, impact for how policy, the regulatory environment is. So this narrative is something that is at play, and that's important for us to understand this. Now we'll come to the geopolitics of technology, which is kind of influenced by these narratives and which you've seen playing out in a lot of different areas in the recent past. So the big idea here is that technology, unlike within the territory of a state, right? Unlike within the country of India, in the international realm, you see that national power is really important. There's no one establishing a certain rules-based system or anything like that. So a country's influence power is really important, so that you won't be swayed by others who are trying to operate in that system. So national power would be in economic power, how strong is your industry, how you're able to participate in the international economy, and military power also has a role to play here. And technology is seen as an important factor that enables national power. So in a lot of different ways, even if you take the AI as it's currently there, it can enable a lot of downstream applications, and that is seen as an important element of national power. Whether it is for economic purposes where multiple industries will use it, or if it is considered for military purposes where it can have some dual use or military applications. In both of these cases, you see that tech can enable national power, and there's a lot of geopolitics associated with it for this reason. And simple things like you see geopolitics playing out in the sense that there are export controls on chips. There might be restriction on using frontier models, AI models for certain purposes. All of these things are derived from these concerns of the power that it adds to someone using it, right? And when you frame it this way, and when you see these are the developments around it, there are certain strategies that countries are using to respond to this kind of vision of how tech shapes national power. And some of these strategies are like, you try to deny an adversary access to this technology, you try to outpace the adversary, you try to remove bottlenecks so that you can make progress faster. And you see a lot of these issues happening in the AI race as it's called, between the US and China. So you see denial of semiconductor chips, you see outpacing adversaries, you see mobilization of a lot of resources towards ensuring that your domestic companies are able to progress faster, and any bottlenecks to that progress is also made, is tried to, is being removed so that they can make progress better. Now, when you look at what happens when the geopolitical factors that we saw about denial, outpacing adversaries or removing bottlenecks, how do they manifest in this AI stack, in the AI technology? What does it mean when they're trying to achieve those objectives of denial, outpacing or removing bottlenecks? You see that different actions are being taken across the stack. So you can think of the AI stack as, say, compute, data, models, applications. And across the entire stack, you see some kind of actions being taken to, protect your country's interest or further your relative advancement or progress in that technology. So you see in data that there's some talk about localization of critical data that within the country. In compute, you see a lot of restrictions on semiconductor chips being sent to other countries, or you might even see that the US is trying to push for on-chip measures which can either tell them where that chip is located or where it is being deployed, or even there's talk of building thresholds within the chips themselves so that you know that these many number of chips are being used in this location and you can throttle that from a state level, right? So the US government can throttle how they're using. So these are some things that they're considering developing, but the export bans are something that's already in place. There's also a lot of industrial policy and indigenization. So you see India trying to build our own fabs, our own semiconductor chips. You see a lot of localization, which is again derived from how the geopolitics in this space is playing out. In models, again, you also see the same bans on certain kinds of models in certain use cases, or any models beyond a certain threshold. You see that they're not allowed to be used for civilian use cases or for any entities within outside of a geography, right? So you see those kind of restrictions. DeepSeek, for example, is not allowed to be used in the US as a result of these bans. There's also restrictions on movement of capital and labor. So movement of capital to fund the training of these of frontier models, or people who have a certain critical knowledge are not allowed to move to certain other countries to work there. And there's also espionage related to stealing secrets or stealing research about or model weights related to these things. Right? So these are some ways in which you see these geopolitics influencing the AI stack itself. Now, when we look at this, let's look at the different ways in which, before we move to OpenAI, you can see that over the past few years, there's been a changing significance of open source, at least in the way governments are looking at it, right? So you would have thought of open source as primarily the freedom to say to use something, to study it, to modify it, to share it, to redistribute it, and those were the kind of motivating factors for the open source ecosystem to develop, right? So it's a mostly developer or a community-driven effort which is largely based on having control of the technology that you're using, ensuring that you're not locked into something, that you have the freedom to interoperate between these things. So that was the idea behind open source. But over the past few years, you've also seen that as open source is widely adopted, you see this image that's become very, it's seen as, it's gone viral in the sense that you have one open source component that is not, that's widely used across most software. And you see a lot of that, the entire infrastructure of the internet or a lot of different platforms being built on these critical components, which not too many people are paying a lot of attention to in terms of how well they're maintained, how is it are security updates being addressed, or all of these things might not be paid attention to. So it's seen as a critical infrastructure, and that has also become a concern, moving on from the freedom part of the importance of open source. And of late, you also see this this narrative of tech sovereignty, which is becoming important in a lot of policy documents, whether it's in the US, Europe, or at the AI Action Summits, or in China as well. So you see sovereignty being framed as an issue that countries need to be concerned about, especially when tech contributes to national power, and when this kind of a race is going on for getting making advances in your tech power. So how do you ensure that no one can deny you that access to these building blocks of national power is something that is a concern. Now, the frame of tech sovereignty itself is not something that's very clear. There's no widely understood or accepted definition of what sovereignty would mean, especially in terms of technology. So it's a political concept. It's more related to international relations in terms of how a country can take their own decisions free from external influence within their geography, right? So taking your own decisions is where the idea comes from. But when you apply it to technology, you can think of it as the ability to shape the development and use of technologies or technology-based innovations free from external control. So you should be able to choose how you're going to use it, and you should not be external either countries or other states should not be able to influence that decision that you take. And this increasingly has a lot of when tech is also political, it has a lot of impact on how the economy functions, on how different other companies are trying to use these building blocks of technology. So it has a lot of political and economic implications as well. And you see a lot of talk of sovereignty as self-reliance or self-sufficiency or atmanirbharta. But when you look at it in this way, you can think of it more as an ability to do things, and self-sufficiency, or saying that I'm going to build everything myself, and even if that means, and that is going to be my approach to ensure that I'm free from external control. So that is a very limited way in which you're going to look at it. So if you need to build everything yourself, you're also saying that you're compromising on some of the how much you can do with that technology, right? So sovereignty is as much about ability and not so much is more about ability and not so much about the doing it yourself, or the self-sufficiency aspect of it. Now, when we look at sovereignty, and especially in relation to AI and what that means, you can think of the entire value chain of AI that we saw earlier. In data, you might think of data sovereignty in being able to do you have access to the data that's required to train these models. In terms of compute, you need to think about do you have access to the semiconductor chips? What does it take to manufacture or fabricate these chips? Across that entire value chain, do you have control over that? Models might mean a lot of capital, a lot of money that's required to train these using large GPU clusters. It also means that do you have the talent that is required to do research on these things? So all of these are factors when you look at sovereignty across the AI value chain. And when you look at it this way, if you see which countries have sovereignty when you're thinking about it this way, maybe too many countries don't have that sovereignty except for the US. So the US might have a strong presence across this value chain. But apart from them, even China, which is supposed to be the close competitor, might not have sovereignty across that entire value chain. So they are being in terms of access to semiconductor chips. There's a lot of restrictions being imposed on them, and they're having to actually divert chips to, say, some parts of Southeast Asia where they can set up data centers over there and then train the models using those data centers. So in a lot of different parts of that value chain, except for the US, maybe not a lot of countries have that ability to both use it and also develop different parts of it, independent of any external influence. So that's something that needs to be noted. And another aspect is, what does sovereignty mean? Like large AI models have become more or less a commodity. So you have a lot of different AI models that are out there, and when it is a commodity like this, if it is just a matter of training it on large data sets using large GPU clusters, and you already have a lot of different options. So do you really need to build something domestically to be able to have sovereignty, or even if you build that from scratch, does it stay at the cutting edge, or is it something that you need to keep investing in? Right? So that's something that also is a factor to consider. And lastly, state-of-the-art AI models. There might not be a profitable path to building these things. So you invest large, companies are investing large sums in, and there's a big hype cycle to have those funds come in. There's a lot of investment that's flowing in. And the idea is that there is something that you're working towards, there is something that will transform the industry and so on. But if that is not the case, then there might not be a profitable path to building these models and ensuring that you're able to recuperate those costs. So when big companies are investing those models in such models, and if you're saying that an Indian company also needs to do that, maybe is there really a profitable path to building and monetizing that is something that needs to be considered. So these are some things to think about sovereignty. Now, and Open AI presents one of these paths towards sovereignty. So it need not be that you need to build everything yourself. So if there's something that's open, that's something that's available for everyone to use, that could be a pathway towards sovereignty, in the sense that you can use it, you can maybe develop with it, and so on. But what does that mean? What does openness mean for AI? Might be very different from what it means for traditional software, right? So for software, it's certain licenses, publicly accessible code. All of these things are what you associate with openness. But when that idea of open source software is applied to an open model, it doesn't translate very easily. So you see that for AI models, you have a lot of different artifacts, starting with, say, the code that is used to train it. That might be, again, inference code. It might be the training code. Then you have the model weights. Then you have the training data, the documentation. All of these are different artifacts related to the AI models. And when you look at the different open models that are out there, not all of the open models share all of these things publicly, right? Most of we'll come to the different ways in which models are being shared openly. So the Linux Foundation has come up with these 3 different classes of openness when models are being opened up. So class 3 models, which is the least open model as they classify it, is where only the core model components, such as say the architecture of the model or the weights and some basic documentation, is made public. And what this allows you to do is, it allows users or consumers to be able to run it. They can run it, they can build and use it for their purposes. But you might not be able to do further analysis on it or use it for further research and development or anything like that. So, but you still have users that you can apply it to, right? So when you're thinking about sovereignty as the ability to use and develop with it, at least the use part is met by class 3 models. And the next, and a lot of open models that we know today, whether it's Llama or DeepSeek or Quen or all of these things, they are class 3 models, right? And class 2 models, you have an additional level of openness where some code that is used to train and evaluate these things, all of these are made open. And class 1 is when you have the entire, all the artifacts that are made open, so that you can recreate this entire model from scratch, right? So you should be able to completely reproduce everything. So there are these different phases, and they have different implications for how you're able to use it, how you're able to develop with these things, how you're able to recreate research on these things, on these models. So when we look at open AI and how that idea of openness has kind of been influencing both companies and governments over the past few years. So we see that there was this moment a couple of years back when Meta leaked the weights to the Llama model, and within a couple of months there were a lot of people trying to build on top of it, trying to innovate other things around these open models, open weight models. And Google had published this this internal memo where they said that they don't have a moat, and neither does OpenAI, and you see a lot of open models being the ecosystem where a lot of innovation and adoption is going to happen. So a lot of companies took notice, and you see a lot an open model being released by most big AI labs, at least today. Right? So even DeepSeek, even OpenAI has recently launched an open version of their model. Another development which happened earlier this year was when DeepSeek was released, which is a Chinese model which was comparable to some of the large reasoning models which are out there. They were able to do this at a fraction of the cost that OpenAI was needed to build their models. So a lot of regulatory reaction in terms of export controls or trying to keep up, stay ahead in this AI race. All of these are a result of these kind of developments. So if China is able to build a frontier model that is comparable to what OpenAI is doing at a fraction of the cost, then that idea that the US was far ahead in this AI game, that was shattered, and there's a lot of reaction to something like this, right? So and you saw that the export controls started happening. You saw the DeepSeek being banned from being used in the US. A lot of these kind of actions were a result of this development. And since then, in just the past few months, you've seen a lot of policy action which is promoting open source in the official action plans of both the US and China. So the US has said that they are encouraging open source and open weight models. They want to ensure that the US has a lead in building these models in this, and it needs to be built on American values, whatever that means. And they're doing a lot of things to ensure that you enable this kind of development. So they're whether it's ensuring that you have large compute being made available to anyone who's developing this, addressing some of these concerns, and are seen as a priority in the US action plan, which was released, I think, in 2 months ago. China also, in their AI action plan for global governance of AI, there's a section dedicated to OpenAI, and especially for China, this prioritizing of open source was something that they started doing when Huawei was banned from using Android, and they saw that open source is one way where they can still compete, and they're able to stay in the game and make their technology adopted more widely. So they have seen they are talking about a lot of enabling cross-border open source communities, ensuring that some of these gaps that might be there, challenges that might be there in open source adoption are being addressed. And this is both of these policies are coming from the highest levels of government in both the US and in China. Right? So there's a very strong push for open source from both of them. And what this means for India, just 1 minute and I'll be done. What this means for India is that you need to think about what sovereignty means, and whether you can achieve it by building it yourself. So you might need to have some base level of capabilities. This might, so that you prevent worst case scenarios like what we have seen happening between India and US and India, right? So if there's a complete ban on using the technology, so at least you have some kind of a base level of capabilities. So that might mean having access to some semiconductor capabilities, or data and other resources that can keep you going, keep research going and so on. It might mean asymmetric options where you promote open source, standardized open source in AI, funding research into niches where there are bottlenecks. Like NVIDIA has a monopoly of sorts in GPUs because they have some proprietary frameworks which allow them to the interconnect frameworks on the NVIDIA chips are something that's seen as being far ahead of others. So maybe some research initiatives in finding alternatives to that. And largely, I think there's no way around building long-term capabilities. So you need to invest in R&D, education, building human capitals, policies that drive innovation, all of these things. Right? So yeah, this is what we have, and happy to take any questions or to understand what you think of when you think of being able to use these models, or what are ways in which yeah. So I'll be around, and if there's anything that you want to discuss, we can happy to do. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for attending the talk. So we are now leaving for lunch. So please be back by 2 p.m. sharp. We have a bunch of interesting talks. Also mind that please take what you eat and eat what you take. Please do not have any food wastage over there. Yep, Bharath will also be down in case you are interested in talking about open source AI and any sort of geopolitical
ഹലോ ആ ആ ആദ്യ ദിവസം പറഞ്ഞു ക്ലോക്ക് റൂമാ ആ നമ്മൾ മജിസ്റ്റിക്കുന്ന കാരണം അതൊന്ന് നോക്കിയിട്ട് വിളിച്ചാൽ മതി. ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് മണിയില്ല 6 മണിക്ക് ഇറങ്ങാം. ഞാൻ വിളിക്കാം ശരി. Bhumi, is the camera output coming?
नहीं था कुछ टूटा नहीं, मैं बच गई गिरते गिरते, मेरा पैर मुड़ गया। नहीं नहीं आई नहीं, शूज में था।
Can you stream the audio and Logchef? So that will be responsible. No. Will you just clear YouTube live stream?
How do you do that? How do you want to stream the audio? That's the point. Okay. There was a laptop by then. Alright. Decided to connect and play. Yeah, but you have to connect it here maybe. I'm not sure.
Actually, I was controlling what he wanted to know.
I guess it's fine, like we'll just take the laptop here. You can connect the HDMI there. There's HDMI cable. Okay.
Yeah,
No, Livestream YouTube is fine. No need. You can directly connect to stream. Just touch it. Now you need to directly connect to HDMI. It's back behind.
there is HDMI or PC?
This is
HDMI.
Yeah, Audi like that one. So we need to add sound there is a
Speaker sound.
it should
Let him come.
Baby guy.
Did someone tell you to change this one?
Yeah, Ash told me like this Audi one will be out soon.
Yeah,
So we can redirect it to live stream.
आया होगा कॉन्फ्रेंस भी, वो भी तो आया और इसी वो लोग शायद सेम ही कंपनी में, इतना मुझे पता है.
तो उनको बोल दे. अरे प्रॉब्लम है कि करना और आइडिया नहीं किसी को. ठीक.
Will you take care of this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
be full soon. So no one is here to do that. In auditorium 2, we need to display the top of Audi 1. Audi 1 will be full soon. So yeah, someone asked. One of the volunteers did.
You called me, right?
So basically we have to show the Audi 1 stock here because Audi 1 will be full, so they want to redirect the people from there. I tried connecting that laptop with HDMI.
basically all the demos are happening. The talks are happening from one of these South Korean club.
आपका भी कुछ है क्या स्पीच? नहीं नहीं, ओपनिंग में कुछ 5 मिनट कुछ बोलना था वो भी। आज उसका ब्रीफ देना था, आज पहली बार आ गया। कल का 30 मिनट। हाँ सब सर। Let's go. Man, why is such a efficient guy?
Kailash after he live streamed here to crowd management it seems.
That is a good idea.
I don't know who said, someone said.
That's a very good idea. We should also get it live on the TV also. Yes, let's do that. Imagine having so much popularity that is
into nailing the Go parser. It's a simple naive parser. And then with LLM assistance, I was able to quickly port it to JavaScript, Python, and Rust was a contribution, was user contribution. So just as I announce or open up this experimental language, it comes with 4 SDKs to parse the language. It simply would have been impossible otherwise. Now Now what's even more important is that anybody who takes the minutest interest in this experiment, you'd like to play around with it. And if you get a plain text dump of a structure that I showed you earlier without syntax highlighting, that's an instant no-go. Now I've never written a plugin for VS Code or Sublime or CodeMirror or Vim. And if you want to add syntax highlighting for a certain language, you have to write a plugin. You need to know the entire schema system, how it works. I simply didn't have the time. Again, LLMs were like a silver lining here. I was able to generate syntax highlighters for all of these platforms. And with the same thing, with the JavaScript parser and the CodeMirror syntax highlighter, I was able to add a live playground to the website. So there's a to and fro conversion thing where you can convert JSON to YAML, YAML to JSON, HUML to JSON, on and on. So from a project perspective, from the perspective of an experiment that I'm releasing, I realized how powerful this sort of an approach is for adoption. Like I said, if somebody has the slightest inclination to try this out, all the tools are there. From syntax highlighting to parsers to a live playground. You can do whatever you want, rather than just a spec. So without all of this, it would just have been a parser. Now, I thought I'd open the website here and run you through the spec, but that would just be boring. You can check it out. It's a single page spec. There are these implementations. You can try it out. And what I would request everyone to do now is to go back to your work and replace everything with HUML. Tell your project leaders, tell your CTO, VP of engineering that we're ditching YAML. There's this cool thing called HUML. And no, just kidding. If it interests you, try it out. I had this itch that I really wanted to scratch, so I built it. Hariharan, who works with me, he's in my team. He's building a DevOps system where you is a job sequence orchestrator, like a rundeck alternative, open source. He's promised me that he'll add HUML support, but I think it's out of sympathy. I don't think there's going to be any traction there, but he will add that. So there'll be one prod system with HUML support. Anyway, that's all that I wanted to share. Please check out the website, the specs, playground. Thank you. If you have questions. Please don't give the mic to Anand, he's going to grill me.
So I have a doubt regarding the most skeptical part that you had also mentioned, which was the enclosures. Since this is more of a human-oriented language itself, isn't it more visually better to see the enclosures itself rather than having, let's say, a double colon itself? So right now I can't perceive, like, let's say it's a list of, let's say, two dimensions. I can see this not becoming like clean for me to read it, like as you are showcasing it. Right now it's good enough to read, but the enclosures make more sense for me to like read, right? So how did you come to the decision that this would alternatively be better than me physically writing that? And about, like, let's say writing one particular character there, you have to again close it, right? Most of the editors now do have the power for completing the other one on your own, so it's not like we are manually writing it, and it's not that it bothers most of us, at least to me. So like, I just want to hear your more thoughts about how exactly did you come to this conclusion that this should be better for HTML.
It's better subjective, like I said, it's very opinionated. What you said last is an interesting bit. We have now editors, syntax highlighters, lots of tooling built around all of this. But we've had to build so much tooling. We've had to build YAML formatters, JSON formatters, etc. because these languages are so wildly flexible that without tooling, it's very difficult to work with them. So syntax highlighting is a given, good for visual comprehension. But on VS Code or Sublime, you click on a bracket, it will draw a line and highlight the next bracket. Without that, you can't parse it. So the very fact that languages, some of these languages require, markup languages require heavy tooling to even afford basic readability and editability is a testament to the argument that I'm making. That it should be what you see is what you get. And brackets are bad. I mean, I like brackets. Of course I like brackets, but we're not talking about, imagine imagine a nested if condition, which is on a single line. How can you visually parse 3 opening brackets and figure out where they're closing, right? So brackets look good on in small little context when you have a small little snippet, but if you have 4 levels of nested things, you now have to mentally match 4 levels of opening brackets and 4 levels of closing brackets. One thing YAML does reasonably well there is that it forces the vertical indentation-based layout so you can visually comprehend, and that's what Humil also borrows. So it's a subjective take, but try working with 6 levels of nested arrays and mentally matching where the bracket closes. It's problematic. And the moment you see double colon here, you know it's a vector. So you don't have to think about it anymore. And beyond that, you just comprehend it visually. Either it's a single line with 2-3 keys, or it's multi-line. So that's the thinking. It's very subjective.
Hi. So I had a quick question about indentation. Is Humil opinionated about indentation?
Very strict. 2 spaces, that's it. Everything else is a parser error.
Okay. Yeah, because I've gotten a very ambiguous error here. Ambiguous empty vector error.
This is the problem. This is what happens when you're not strict with indentation.
Yeah.
Like nobody can figure out what's going on. YAML allows everything.
Yeah. And how about white space characters other than space?
Every stray space is a parser error. So after that dash in the list in Humil, for instance, there should be exactly 1 space. If you have a trailing space at the end of the line, that's a parser error.
No, what about other characters that are not space? White space characters other than space?
You mean strings? All strings have to be enclosed. Non-white space characters in the place of white space characters are a parser error. Everything is a parser error.
Understood.
I really like the simplicity and kind of the way you're enforcing it. So one place where I kind of was really confused was why do you actually have 2 different ways of writing multi-line strings? The second one felt like redundant to me. They couldn't handle the application where you were basically stripping the trailing spaces with the 3 double quotes.
So this is in fact
This is nice.
Yeah.
The next one. Yeah. So do you see a need for this to be part of the in the language spec?
So this is a. Are we out of time? Well, I have a minute. Yeah. This is again subjective. It's a heuristic. If you look at any system, including I think Python, that supports multi-line strings, there are multiple semantics. Even in Go, which doesn't have programming language Go, which doesn't have great semantics for multi-line strings, you have this. You have a backtick which gives you static literal strings. So it's literally literal strings versus non-literal strings. Yes, this could have been done in the application layer, but
the reason I'm asking is it felt like out of place because you've been really strict with everything else. Even extra space, trailing space is a parsing error, and you're adding provision for something like that. Felt like this is kind of looking like an exception.
this is the great thing about an experimental language. I'll go change the spec right now and remove this. So I'll take that into consideration and think about it again.
One more. Okay. Hi, here. Hello. Yeah. So, you were talking about the the hell that brackets can create, but that needed you to support nested lists, but you don't support nested lists.
Humil supports nested lists, but it doesn't allow nested lists on a single line, where it creates great cognitive difficulty to parse. Multi-line, of course, you can keep on nesting. Yeah.
I have a bug to report. It looks like inline, you can have inline dictionaries, right?
Yes.
And you're not supposed to be able to have duplicate keys in a dictionary?
Please send a PR.
Will do.
I'll work on it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so I was just playing around with the playground. Looks like, here. I was playing around with the playground, but does this spec allow leading spaces in the first key? So like lots of spaces, human : string.
It shouldn't. I have some 170 test cases, and I remember covering this. Is it happening?
Yeah, it seems to be covered.
Like, could be a bug in the JavaScript parser. But yeah, it shouldn't allow, because that breaks indentation.
And I can have embedded strings, so can I have like a HUML document within a HUML document? Is that
Not allowed. So that's another notorious thing that Python allows with Python directives, subdocuments, etc. It's not allowed. Seems like HUML is a really bad language. It allows nothing, has bugs.
I remember you had a Viper alternative library for Go. Does that support HUML?
Yes, it does. I missed mentioning that. In the Go ecosystem, for configuration parsing, Viper is the #1 library. It's horrible. I have a long issue thread on that thing. Poor implementation and now bloated. So in 2019, I wrote another alternate library, lightweight called Conf. And I think it's probably now the second most popular config parsing library in the Go ecosystem.
Hopefully, yes.
I added human support there. So,
lunch is open. We can take one more question maybe, but if you want to take, you can leave one. You have like multi-line support for lists. I was thinking that let's say I have 25 key value pairs, right? And if I read that in a dictionary, wouldn't it be more readable to have that also across multiple lines? In case of a dictionary, key value pair, one key value pair per line. Now, did you think about this, or
it has multi-line keys. So if you have just 2-3 keys which are fixed in the configuration, you can put them in one line. If you only have, for instance, host and port, it looks cleaner on one line. But anything more than 2 or 3 things, you should just do multi-line. It's just like how we do in JSON or
so multi-line dictionary is also supported, you're saying?
It's supported.
Oh, okay. You simply wrote list there, so I thought it's not supported.
No, it is. Single line and multi-line vectors are supported. That's all. Thanks everyone, thank you.
Guys, before we go, announcement. So in the lunch area, try not to waste food because there's a challenge. A lucky winner gets a T-shirt and a free ticket to IndiaFOSS 2026. Yeah. Please be back at 2:30.
Oh, Rohit. Nice. Nice to meet you. You didn't fill the form, so I was searching your phone number. What form? There was a form for like submitting the slides where you get your phone number as well, just in case to contact. Right. Okay, awesome. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, I called Palaniappan, he is also coming. Now Akhil. Oh, nice. So you are going to Audi one, right? Yeah, like it. It's so high definition, you can take one part of it and separate all very Huh? I didn't know it was free. No way, you got it for free, no? Did you get it for free? No. I didn't get it at all. Check your laptop and make sure something like that. Sure. Plug it in this. Yeah. I would rather Let's go.
exhausted.
ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಅದು ಮಾತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
There are close to 10,000 problems that we see and face in society. With more than 1 crore plus engineers in India, yet not so many hyperlocal apps are being built and open sourced. Abhiram over here has built hyperlocal apps like Sanchari.local and Kathegaara.local. And to talk about building tech with and for communities, please welcome Abhiram.
Hello, am I audible? Hi everyone, thanks for coming out. Hope you had a good lunch. It's really an honor to be here. I was here the last 2 years, mostly as a college student and a sticker collector. If you can see my laptop, there's a lot of stickers. And it's really an honor to be here as a speaker. I would like to start off by expressing gratitude to the collectives that have made this project possible, which is Arubu Collaboratory, Living Labs, Team UA, and KHPT, RDPR, Design Beku, Janastu. If not for the work that these people did at different times and different places, I don't think me being here or this project would be possible. So I would start by expressing gratitude. So the project that we are talking about is a mesh network that we are exploring with a tribal settlement called Hara in Kundapura. And this is actually part of a long-term engagement called Samagra Arogya. Samagra Arogya is a long-term place-based collaborative engagement which is situated in Kundapura with a cluster of 7 gram panchayats. The main aim of Samagra Arogya was to look at social determinants of health and how we can heed and care for social determinants of health as part of local governance, particularly through the gram panchayats. This is a collaborative effort between KHPT, Arubu Collaboratory and the Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department in the government of Karnataka. This is the cluster that we are working in. This is a group. This is a bunch of villages that are in Kundapura. Kundapura lies in the coastal region of Karnataka, which I'm sure most of you might know of. And these are 7 villages in the Kundapura region. As you can see, a lot of these come under forest areas and eco-sensitive zones and protected areas. So a lot of the tribal settlements go up north, especially in the forest region. Even the settlement that we are working with comes in the village called as Idur Kunjadi, which is in the north. What is Samagra Arogya is primarily focused on social determinants of health and enabling gram panchayats to understand and respond to social determinants of health. What are social determinants of health? Social determinants of health are essentially non-medical conditions which affect how people, which affect people's health in different ways. This could be where they stay. This could be dependent on birth. It could be gender. It could be access to infrastructure, it could be many such things. And while we were looking at social determinants of health in Kundapura, access to public infrastructure, particularly in tribal hamlets, emerged as a primary social determinant of health. And to understand further and create an intervention around this social determinant of health, we thought of mesh networks. So access to public infrastructure is a key social determinant of health, particularly in the tribal hamlets. Infrastructure both in terms of roads and physical infrastructure as well as digital infrastructure in terms of network, mobile coverage, internet connectivity, etc. Both of these are still a challenge in quite of these settlements. And to understand and respond to these, we thought of Sanchari-Kathegaara, which is essentially a mesh network that connects houses in the hamlet to each other and also to their nearest public institution. I'll go into a bit more detail further. But the mesh networks have basically two components. One is the local mesh network and the infrastructure itself, and the second one is the network access modules, which is where the Sanchari and the Kathegaara come in. So local mesh networks, the main idea of the mesh network is to build an offline infrastructure in regions that have issues with connectivity in terms of mobile coverage and even Wi-Fi availability. For those of you who don't know what mesh networks are, in a very simple terms, it's an extended Wi-Fi range that may or may not have internet connectivity, but it hosts its own services and it has its own servers, and that has different things that can be used by the community. So how we are imagining mesh networks in this area is, in a tribal settlement, we aim to connect houses to each other, but also to their nearest public institution. And this public institution will become the hub that facilitates this mesh network, and it becomes part of the governance itself. And we're also imagining mesh networks as a part of public infrastructure, where they could possibly take electricity from poles and electric poles. So this is with the mesh network. And in terms of what this mesh network actually has and what people can do and what it enables, we are thinking of two things with a floating third component. The first one is Sanchari. In the word Sanchari in Kannada means traveler, and the Sanchari as a component is bringing external repositories but contextualizing them and offlining them and making them available in Kannada first interfaces for people in the community to access. The Kathegaara is somewhat the other end of this, where it is taking stories from the community and documenting them and making place-based archiving possible so that those stories could also be shared. Mathu is the third component which enables communication. This becomes particularly useful when the mesh network spans over a large area of around 500 meters or around a kilometer or more. Then it enables communication between the public institution and the hamlet as well, which is quite a challenge right now. This is largely the model that we are sort of looking at. So the houses that you can see are the individual settlements or the hamlets, and the buildings that you see are the public institutions and infrastructure. Depending on which infrastructure it connects to, the roles of the Sanchari, the Kathegaara and the Mathu could be very different. For example, if it is with a government library, the Sanchari enables sharing of books, audiobooks and such other resources. And the Mathu enables communication between the library and the homes. If the public institution is a public health infrastructure, it furthers the work of frontline health workers. It enables health-related consultations between the homes and the center. It also enables, the Kathegaara enables documentation of local health-related practices and local health knowledge. And the Sanchari then enables different health-related information that could be shared from the institution or otherwise with the communities. And there is some cross-learning and cross-sharing of resources that happens across hamlets and across mesh networks. So we are thinking of a very decentralized structure in that sense. Initially we have started off with a tribal settlement in Idur Kunjadi called Hara. Hara is an interesting settlement because it's around 20 to 25 houses which form like a ring-like structure around farmland. And the third map is one that we illustrated with the children of Hara. So we have started building mesh networks in Hara. The reason I've chosen these pictures are also a little interesting. So just to give a bit more context about what Hara is like, the first the images on the left, the top and the bottom one, are mining that happens in Hara. So the first one, even though it looks like a lake, it is actually a mining quarry that has been filled with water over monsoon. And the reason I have included a sketch is because when we were working with the communities and we were talking about technology and networks and internet and all of that, we were often compared to internet service providers or mobile network providers, and that was not what we were there for. So what actually helped us was when we started, when we were in these communities just drawing and sketching with the children, that became a way for us to engage with the communities further. And the image in the middle is us looking at Hara on the map and seeing where the mesh network could come and how we could plan different components in the settlement. So we've started by setting up a mesh network in Hara, which currently has 2 active nodes and 4 that are soon to be set up. The 2 active nodes are the ones that you can see in yellow. We have currently used AC mesh, and there is a version of the Sanchari that is being hosted on this local network. And we have tried to design the mesh network in such a way that it is built with the residents, and it is largely being used by the children right now. A little bit of what we are doing with the mesh network in Hara is that we are planning engagements across all 3 of these modules with the intent that they were thought of with. So any engagements around the Sanchari is around the idea of co-learning with the communities using certain repositories. So the Sanchari has the first thing that the Sanchari has is the Pratham book Story Weaver. If any of you were there in the talk for Story Weaver this morning, you know that they have an incredible collection of over of a lot of books, and a lot of books are there in Kannada as well. The one thing that we did have a challenge was for how do we view these books and books fully offline. So we built a custom interface that lets us search across the Pratham book repository, the ones that we have downloaded, and it's like a quick plug and play interface that lets you search and find books and read books of the Pratham book Story Weaver. The second one that it currently has is the Arvind Gupta Toys archive. Arvind Gupta Toys is a very interesting archive of toys that explain different science and math related concepts using household objects and what he calls toys from trash. And all of these videos are also under the Creative Commons. So we built an interface that is Kannada first, where all the toys are categorized and you can search, and you can also search using materials, you can search using concept, and this is all fully offline as well. And all of this is currently running from a Raspberry Pi. The third thing that is there on the Sanchari is the Kivix. Kivix is an offline browser, as they put it, and it has many different things that different contributors across the open source community build and contribute to. So the ones that we are using largely is the Wikipedia and the TED Talks and the PHET simulations as well. We have not done a lot of engagements with the Kivix library yet because the age group that we are interacting with is largely middle school children. So we have interacted mostly with the Pratham book repository and the Arvind Gupta Toys repository. So this is how the Sanchari is running in the mesh network right now. So there is a Raspberry Pi which hosts all of these different services, and this is connected to the mesh network that is there. But there is a lot of issues with the power and with electricity in the place. So the Raspberry Pi itself also has a hotspot, and it could easily be powered by a power bank. So this is one of our sessions where we were reading a few books and also watching a few videos using just this much as a setup, just the power bank, the Raspberry Pi, and the hotspot that it generates. The next one is Matu. Matu is like we were, like I was saying, it is the module of communication. And when we built the 2 nodes in Hara, we wanted to demonstrate to the children how communication could happen through the network. So we used an open source tool called Whiteboard, which is a collaborative whiteboarding tool, and we played a game of Pictionary. So basically the game was 2 children are at one node which is at a distance away, and the rest of them are at a different node guessing what is being drawn from there. So this was just to illustrate the idea of how communication could happen over the network. The third component that we are particularly excited and interested about is the Kathegaara component, which is archiving of local stories and local knowledge in different ways. So this is one illustrated story map that we did with the children of Hara called The Stories of Hara, and it is essentially an illustrated map of the village, and each point has different stories that are there, and these stories were largely told by the children, or it is observations that we had in our initial visits there. So this is one of the community members showing us a spot where the Kantara film was shot. Similarly, there are many other stories also there, and you can see on the QR code. This is another engagement that we did to introduce them to the idea of geotagging and the idea of maps and mapping in general. So here the engagement was done by Adhavan, who is here in the crowd, and the engagement was around mapping plants and points of interest and locating them on a map, and recording audios and geotagging them, taking photos and geotagging them, videos and geotagging them. It became like a point of interest and a map-based archive, which was also like visible on a map. And one that we are currently particularly interested and we are working at is documenting local food practices as part of the Kathegaara as well. So a lot of the community travels by taking up catering jobs, and they have a lot of food-related practices within the community as well. And they have things that they grow in the backyard. They have different fish that they consume. So we were trying to document local food practices. We have still not digitized this because our nature of engagements is such that we have physical engagements first, and then we think of how the digital or a tech could support this. And that is something that has also emerged from continuous engagement in the place. What is upcoming is that the settlement that you see in the screenshot there is Hara, which is in the ring, and the blue dot that you see on top is the public health center that is nearest to the hamlet. We were at the public health center talking to the CHO and the frontline workers about how they interface with the people of Hara, and they were sharing experiences on how, since there is no connectivity, it is very hard to reach members of the community either via phone call or WhatsApp status that they usually use to talk about different drives and efforts, which usually doesn't reach the members of Hara. So they communicate through school children. So when the children come to schools, the CHOs give them information which they take back home and communicate to their parents. So we are exploring the possibility of connecting the blue dot, which is the PHC, to one of the houses in Hara, and we are hoping to enable a better communication channel between the hamlet and the public health center. This is largely some learnings and reflections from our efforts in the space. One thing that we have learned is when we are the relationship that communities have with technology is often layered and it's complicated, and it's not very evident at first glance. So the form of engagements, if it is more about technology, it could often be very exclusive and it could be very alienating. So the conversations, the more it is about what the technology enables and what the intent of using technology, that becomes a easier conversation to have rather than the technology itself. And the mode of engagement and the planned sessions in this place has worked very well for us in terms of designing and planning engagements to interact and engage with the members of the community. And since the relationship with technology is often complicated in these communities, there will be groups who are resistant and who are not very entertaining of the idea of technology being installed in some sense in the community. And that is a very natural reaction. So it is, while starting off, it is a better idea to focus on groups that are curious and excited rather than spending time and effort on trying to change people's mind. And showing over telling is again another easy guesses, because especially in communities, when you talk about technology, like I was mentioning, it becomes a very difficult conversation. It becomes a very alienating conversation. And the fifth one is something that we are also quite struggling with in terms of the frequency of visit, and the communication in between the visits is something that is very crucial, which we have also not been able to crack fully in terms of how do you keep a community engaged when you're not on field. And technology in these spaces, like I was mentioning, is also a very political thing, and the ownership of technology, especially in communities that do not have access, is a very political thing. And it is important especially it is important for people like us who are coming from the outside to be mindful of the politics of ownership of technology in this space. For example, we once tried to install a public access computer in the community, and it immediately got translated to the idea that, hey, we are setting up computers in the village. When will my house get a computer? So there are nuances like that technology and components of technology bring within communities, and I think it's very important to be mindful of that. So yeah, that has been my talk. Do we have time for questions?
Thank you, Abhiram. Do you have any questions? Yes.
Hey, thank you for that very inspiring talk. Have you tried giving people LLMs, like local LLMs that run on Raspberry Pi?
Our interest in LLMs is slightly less right now, largely because the training of these LLMs have been done in contexts that are very alien to members of the community, and the data sets that are used or the language that it speaks is very different. So LLMs is something that we are not looking at right now, but there have been efforts by different people in the past to train LLMs locally, and that is something I think which is a little more exciting for us, especially because Raspberry Pi is so powerful and it can do that.
Hi. So the Karnataka State Department of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, especially in the last few years, under this one figure I know, she's Principal IS Secretary, Uma Mahadevan. Yes. So you know what I'm going to ask. So they've been really expanding panchayat libraries into not just for small children, but even for young people who are preparing for competitive exams, a lot of the whole range. So has there been any, have you thought of in the future merging with their effort or engaging with them to sort of make libraries your hub for these mesh networks?
That is something that we're very actively pursuing actually. So like I was saying, we are looking at public institutions that could connect to the hamlets, and government libraries, especially the Arivu Kendras that are there, is something that is very tangential to our effort as well. So we have been in conversations with the RDPR actively. So library is something that we are definitely exploring, especially for the Sanchari and the Kathegaara as components as well. Thank you.
That would be wonderful. Yes,
Great work. So, I was curious to know how did you reach the solution, which is right now the Raspberry Pi and the mesh network, where other alternatives explored with respect to communication, like community radios, etc. So, just curious to know the journey in that.
So, we didn't actively explore community radios. The community radios is something that I've also been interested in, but we didn't explore it in this context. The idea of Raspberry Pis came because of how easy to carry it is and how easy to power also it is. And since we also wanted something that has a visual element, especially for the books and the videos, that's how the idea of a Raspberry Pi came about. And to be very honest, we didn't explore too many alternatives. The Raspberry Pi was something that was just easily available to us, and that's how we took that route. But community radios is something that I'm also interested in.
Just a follow-up to that. Just curious because you mentioned that the upcoming project is to actually connect the PHC with. Will there be a challenge using the Raspberry Pi system there, or how are you seeing that?
So for that, we are for the mesh network, we are thinking of beams as the main way to connect them. But maybe a Raspberry Pi would not be enough for that range. So we were thinking of something like think centers or a server that sits in the PHC that has these components. But do you have any suggestion in terms of the radio, or like I wanted to understand more about it?
No, I mean I'm not very sure, but maybe a radio option might work in that segment. Because you need a bigger range
than
a mesh.
Yeah, radio is something that's always been there in the back of our head, and it's particularly interesting because a lot of the members in the community use feature phones. So a radio is something that is immediately accessible. So radio is something that we are also actively thinking of, but not exploring it. But,
looking forward.
Yeah,
Great.
thank you. Yes, one more.
Even the government is also partly involved. Anything you're looking at governance also in this, basically. And also another follow-up question also was, what are people also looking? You are going with some ideas there.
Yeah.
I could understand the PHC because it is very far. I cannot understand what it would be a video call or how would you interact with the PHC, something you can also clarify. But what else from a governance framework would it fit in? For example, if people have any issues, would they be able to post it and we would be able to have a network reach it to some person? Or I'm just thinking how would it help? Or any local storage of information of the panchayat we are looking at, where so I'm just thinking of how we could help more from this citizen point of view.
Correct. So we are looking at panchayats mainly for the involvement of communities in the local governance. That is one of our main ideas, and one of the other things that we are also working on is the idea of a decision support system in the panchayats, which is essentially looking at different streams of data that comes into the panchayat and how it is being used in the governance, and how much of this can be brought under open data and be made visible to the communities. So the decision support system is something that we are actively exploring, which will be enabled through these mesh networks as well. That was one thing. You had one more follow-up question, which I... The PHC's communication, the mode of the communication we are still not fully sure, because the ASHA workers generally call the houses before going to them. So even if the mesh network can enable a P2P call, that would also be great, because it just extends their work and their existing practice. So that's what we are largely looking at, to make a call happen very easily over the network.
Thanks Abhiram. Due to lack of time, we won't be able to take much more questions, but Abhiram would be available downstairs, down the stage, and also outside. So you can, if you have any more questions, you can have him outside as well. Thanks a lot, Abhiram. I hope you got a lot of people from this video. Great. Next up, we have Rohit Pathak. Rohit is the co-founder of SwiftSync, and he's deeply invested in sysadmin tasks with hands-on experience across servers, consumer hardware, and networking. Rohit can debug all night and yet capture the light of life using his cameras, but only if he has enough caffeine though. Rohit will take us through Proxmox, showing how open source virtualization can match or exceed commercial hypervisors. Also, side note, we have Flash Talks, which is scheduled at 4 p.m. So if any of you over here have interesting topics or interesting talks that you want to convey to the audience in just 10 minutes, you can take a note, take a post-it note outside and write an impromptu topic, and you can stick it to it. We'll probably announce the shortlisted topics at 3:30 p.m. in this Audi. So if you are interested in giving any talk or you just want to speak to the audience, you can write a post-it note outside. Thank you. Please welcome Rohit.
Hello? Everyone hear me? Audible? Okay. So I'd like to start out by saying we're going to be talking about virtualization today. How many of you have used virtualization tools in some way or another? Exactly what I expected. Almost everyone. So, right. I'll just start out by saying this is my first talk, so I'm just as nervous as I'm happy. If I screw up, bear with me. I'm not as experienced as some of you are here. Let's start by a little introduction of myself. I'm a Red Hat certified sysadmin. I'm based out of Pune mostly. I am also co-founder of SwiftSync. We specialize in server solutions with open source software right built into them. And that's pretty much it. I explore a lot of other cool stuff like Hackintosh and self-hosting. So on the agenda today, we have a bit of a market overview to give you guys some context. What competitors are, what's actually happening in the market. Then we move on to Proxmox. I'll tell you guys what it uses in the backend, what open source projects it's using. Then we move on to some live demos, which I'm sure you just want me to skip to anyway. And some real world use cases for Proxmox that I think would be useful for your environments. Right. So, okay, first of all, how many of you know the difference between a type 1 hypervisor and a type 2 hypervisor? Okay, some of you do, a lot of you don't. So I'll just differentiate quickly. Type 2 hypervisors are your basic hypervisor tools, so virtualization software basically. Think VirtualBox or VMware Fusion. They will emulate your virtual machine, but they won't actually give it direct access to your hardware. What this does is your virtual machine will run just fine, but the performance will be a lot less. Type 1 hypervisors solve this issue by giving your virtual machine direct access to your hardware. We have a lot of competitors in this market. We have Microsoft Hyper-V, VMware ESXi, Nutanix, open source solutions like Proxmox. But today we will only focus on Hyper-V and ESXi because they have been the market leaders for a while. Hyper-V is Microsoft's solution. It has currently a 12% market share. They've been doing good work and they've been kind of steadily growing for the last few years. And moving on to ESXi, they're the major player in the game. They currently hold around 60% of the market share in Type 1 hypervisors, and they've been doing quite well. Now, a bit of a deeper dive into what both of these competitors have actually been doing. Hyper-V used to be a standalone offering. So, what that means is you could have gotten Hyper-V alone without having to buy Windows Server or Microsoft Azure. Now they've kind of discontinued that offering. And what that means is smaller to medium-sized businesses and individuals are kind of stuck. They don't have a reasonable option, something that's suitable for their needs, because this is just too costly if you have to buy a Windows Server license or an Azure license. Moving on to ESXi, they kind of end up on the same page, but they have more creative ways to get there.
VMware was recently acquired by Broadcom. Everything's been kind of going downhill since then. They have eliminated perpetual licensing for a lot of their products, and not to mention that they've been focusing on Fortune 500 companies. So now what this means again is no good options for small to medium-sized businesses or individuals for that matter. Now let's focus a bit more on why these hypervisors fall short. As I mentioned before, Hyper-V doesn't have a standalone offering. Now not only does this mean that you have to pay more to get Hyper-V, it also means that it's not as versatile as some of the other solutions. So say example, you want a Type 1 hypervisor on your Raspberry Pi, or any other small piece of hardware for that matter, you just wouldn't be able to run it, because you'd have to have a device capable of running Windows Server if you want to run it locally, or you'd have to have infinitely deep pockets if you want to run it on Azure. More information on that later. But yeah, it's not cost efficient for small to medium sized businesses, and it has additional costs for storage that increase exponentially with Azure. So when you buy the Azure plan for Hyper-V, storage isn't included with it. You have to buy storage separately, which results in cloud storage costs. You all know what they are like. And of course, licensing headaches. Wouldn't be Microsoft without it. Moving on to ESXi. It has a lack of versatile hardware support. Now what I mean by this is, they have a very strict list of supported hardware that includes CPUs, network cards, all of them. So now if you have, say, a server which has the supported CPU but doesn't have the supported network card, you still wouldn't be able to run something like VMware CSXi. This is quite problematic. Not to mention that it doesn't have Linux container support at all. They have individual solutions for Linux containers and containerization in general, but ESXi itself doesn't have it. It has higher latencies during IO-intensive workloads. This is at the data center level, but still worth mentioning. And licensing headaches. They aren't exclusive to Microsoft. I feel like after looking at all of these competition and how they fall short in a lot of scenarios, we can do better with open source virtualization, especially by using tools like Proxmox. Now Proxmox, I feel like everyone must have heard of it. How many of you know Proxmox? Okay, a lot of you heard of it. How many of you used it? Less hands, okay. That's good. So it's basically a hypervisor, a Type 1 hypervisor based off of Debian. Some of the highlights of Proxmox that I'd like to go over. There is a stereotype which I absolutely hate, that open source software just doesn't have the touch or the finish that proprietary software does, which in this case it's just not true at all. It has complete feature parity with Hyper-V and ESXi, minus the licensing headaches. And yeah, you don't have to worry about vendor lock-ins, and it is literally run on a potato. What else? Let's do a deeper dive. What all do you get with Proxmox exactly? You get clustering, you get high availability, which means you can run 2 nodes, 1 node as a failsafe. You have integrated backup solutions to back up not just your virtual machines but also your data. And you have a nice web UI to manage all of these things neatly. It has full KVM virtualization support. Now this is the thing that actually allows Proxmox to give virtual machines direct access to your hardware, enabling near native performance. And it also has PCI pass-through and IMMU support. I'll explain what these are in somewhat of a detail during the live demo. And it's flexible, as I mentioned before. You can run it on a Raspberry Pi as like a remote hypervisor solution in your RV, or you can install it on a data center with proper clustering and backups and everything. Now, I'd like to show you guys 2 use cases that I found very useful for myself, and just how I use Proxmox in my own home lab in general. OpenSense on Proxmox is up first. OpenSense is an enterprise-grade firewall. It gives you all the cool features that you want. Intrusion detection prevention, DHCPs, DNS blocking, all of it. It basically turns whatever you install it on into a router. And so now you'd be thinking, why does a hobbyist side gig home lab need an enterprise grade firewall? It doesn't. It really does. But anyway, so what this allows me to do is, instead of having a dedicated device for my firewall, which I'd have to spend time maintaining and money procuring, I can just put it on a virtual machine and not worry about it at all. The way I did this was with PCI pass-through. I thankfully have a rack server which has a proper network card. I just use PCI pass-through to pass it through to the VM, and that allowed Proxmox, that allowed OpenSense to run just normally. And what I'd like to mention is, you lose out on no features whatsoever. The web UI, the DHCP support, enterprise grade firewall, IDS, IPS, all of it is working exactly as you'd want it to. Now, the next project is a peculiar one. A close friend of mine wanted a setup where they had 2 video editors working with them, and they actually wanted to collaborate and monitor what the video editors were doing. Now, the conventional way of doing this would be to have 3 separate machines. 1 for the person in charge and 2 for the video editors. This is costly. I am cheap. So we get a server, we put a virtual machine on it, we get a GPU, stick it in the server, and then pass it through onto the virtual machine. What this allows us is, all we need to set up now is a remote desktop solution. And with that, the editors can log in and use the virtual machines anytime they want. The person in charge is able to log in and monitor and collaborate in real time. That's pretty much it. Now on to the live demos. So this is what Proxmox looks like when you've just installed it. Okay, minus all of the virtual machines. But you have your data center module, which will show you all of the nodes that you have. Currently I only have one, Oblivion. That's my main server. Over here you can get direct shell access if you want to run any commands. You get networking options, storage options, authentication options, everything you'd like. And over here you can see is my storage. You can monitor it, how much of it is occupied, what type of storage it is. You can store virtual machine disks on it, and all of the good stuff. So how OpenSense and the other video editing project worked for me is, for OpenSense, I obviously can't access it through my host machine right now because I'm not at home. That's a security risk. But I can access it through one of my other virtual machines. Yes, it's a very secure password. So over here we can go to DHCP v4. It will show you like all of the releases that I have, some of them static, some of them not. Yeah, and you can set up your firewall rules. Sorry, wrong, still wrong. There you go. Firewall rules, aliases, inbound, outbound, of course. And that's pretty much OpenSense for you. Yes, and it also has intrusion detection and prevention with Surigata. And moving on to the editing solution, I use Parsec for the remote desktop connections. And if I can just hit connect over here, and voila. So this is the virtual machine running on my server right now. You can see that I have the NVIDIA GPU that I passed through detected and working properly. It's because it's Windows. If it was Linux, it wouldn't work. And yeah, you can just like open NVIDIA control panel, see everything's working. Just not a lot of thought to it really. And the setup process for this after PCI pass-through was set up is also really simple. You just install the drivers and get going. Here we go. The GRD drivers, GTX 1650 detected, some driver, I'm not sure which. That's pretty much it. Now, I'd like to show you guys how easy it is to use something like PCI pass-through. and IOMMU. So I'll explain what IOMMU is firstly. So you have PCI devices, say like a GPU, a network card, or anything like that. Say in this particular example, we have a network card. Generally, if you pass your network card through, I have a Broadcom 4-port card, then all 4 ports will go to one virtual machine, and maybe you don't have use for all 4 ports in the one virtual machine. So what IOMMU enables us to do is have such fine control over PCIe that you can actually define which ports go to which VMs. Not to mention that this allowed me to do is if I go over to my OpenSense virtual machine and go over to the hardware, and if I say add PCI device, here we go. We can actually select each port individually. Yes, it's Broadcom. Okay, and now for PCI pass-through, all you have to do is go over to your Proxmox shell. You have to edit, sorry, not that. So you have to put in these 4 modules. VFIO is something that I'll explain a bit later. It's some of the modules that are going to be necessary for you to pass your PCI devices through. And if you go back, we go to our grub config and we just add this one line, sorry, the one thing at the end of one. Intel IOMMU on, if you can see here. Now of course this changes based off if you have an Intel chip or an AMD chip. But yeah, the core concept is pretty much the same. You do these 2 changes and then it's as simple as creating a virtual machine, going over to the hardware tab of that virtual machine, selecting add PCI device, and you'll see everything that you want to right here, including the NVIDIA card. Okay, now going back to the presentation. Now, the open source backend. Proxmox is a really cool project that I myself find very useful, but it also incorporates a lot of other open source projects that I love and would like to bring attention to, except Debian. Debian we have a love-hate relationship with. But yeah, it's just stable, it's rock solid, it's been around for a while. You have great package support for it. And now moving on to VFIO. VFIO is what actually lets you pass PCI hardware directly to your virtual machines, as I just showcased. And what this means is near native performance. You don't have to worry about emulation or anything like that. You just get what you see. Moving on to the Proxmox kernel, it's something that I personally like very well. There's a file system that many of you might have heard of called ZFS. Now ZFS is quite useful in the sense that it prevents bit rot, and it has a lot of other cool features like reducing parity calculation time in RAID arrays and stuff like that. So now the basic Linux kernel doesn't have support for ZFS built into it, but the Proxmox kernel does. And what this allows you to do is you can directly install the Proxmox kernel on any other Debian distribution and get ZFS working for it. And another cool thing that you can do is install Proxmox directly on top of a RAID array. You don't have to create a separate boot drive for it at all, and it just works really well. And then last but not least, Qemu. I think everyone knows what Qemu is. Okay, but yeah, I'll just still explain it again. It's the virtualization part. It's going to handle your virtual machines, their displays, the virtual hard disks, all of the virtualization stuff. And now, these are some of the use cases that I think would be useful for all of you guys. Enterprises, if you want to have a proper hypervisor solution that is self-hosted, you can go with Proxmox. It has clustering, high availability, and all of the things that you really need. Developers, you can just spin up virtual machines quickly in like 2 minutes, inevitably break them again, and then use the snapshot functionality to restore them back to when they were working. Self-hosters and tinkerers, yeah, you're just going to do it anyway. I don't even have to. and creative professionals, as I showcased in my own project. I found it very useful in that exact setup, but there's other ways to implement this as well. So say for example, you want a render server for your After Effects install or anything like that. And now, this slide is really horrendous. As you can see, the cost comparison for Proxmox compared to Hyper-V and ESXi, it just doesn't make sense that something like Hyper-V, which is not even that good, which is using the Ente kernel, which isn't even that modern, for virtualization, and they're still charging this much. In my opinion, it just doesn't make sense to choose something like that over Proxmox, even in an enterprise setting. And yeah, so I think it's a similar situation with VM, right? Minus the storage costs. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's been my talk. You have time for questions? Okay.
Any questions?
Hi, really good presentation by the way. So in terms of Proxmox, does it support nested virtualization for type 1 hypervisor setups? Because I do use Qemus in general, but it's a bit slower in that terms as well. So does it support nested virtualization or any practical uses that you have maybe explored?
So I gave you two use cases that I felt were practical for me. Anything other than that, I personally haven't looked out for. But what I will answer is nested virtualization. You can definitely do it. But what I'd like to ask you is your experience with Qemu. What hardware were you running it on? Because in my experience, it was okay, nested virtualization. Because even Proxmox uses Qemu.
You need certain CPU register. You need AMD 5 or Intel V for that.
Exactly.
So in our cases, usually when we use Qemus for emulation purposes, and usually we are emulating Cortex A or M in that front, and that has their own nested solutions that we are developing, which I cannot say perhaps. But in our case, the base hardware was Linux, which you just mentioned, x86, which slowed it down. So in terms of Proxmox, how do you really accelerate or enhance the performance or benchmark of the instruction?
So I feel like here your problem was not the software, but the actual physical hardware that you were running on. So the x86 platform that you mentioned, the server or computer you were running it on, I think it wasn't fast enough. Obviously, I don't know because I wasn't there. But I feel like you should try with different or slightly newer hardware. Because in my experience, nested virtualization and virtualization in general on Proxmox has been very snappy.
Okay, so correct me if I am wrong.
Okay.
You mentioned Proxmox maintain its own kernel, right?
It has its own kernel.
Basically, it doesn't maintain its own kernel. It just uses the Ubuntu kernel because Ubuntu does ZFS and LXC support very tightly. So it just leverage on for kernel. It leverage on Ubuntu Canonical, and for the packet management, it does rely on the Debian. So, what do you think on this?
That's fine.
So that might need to be corrected in your slides, I guess.
Maybe, perhaps, but I never said it was Proxmox who did that. It's just the Proxmox kernel, because that's what it's called, right? The PV kernel.
You call it PV kernel, but in the base, it just uses the Ubuntu kernel.
And APT, it uses APT, all Debian based distros.
For the package management, yes, it just relies on the Debian.
That's true.
Okay, I have two questions. Consider I have a server in my home and I have a GPU. I can access in my monitor via the GPU HDMI port. If I give my GPU to my VM by using a Proxmox means, how can I access my main PC?
So ideally, your main computer will be headless. This is supposed to be on a server where you aren't using the server through an active monitor. But even if you want to do something like that, then you can just switch over to the integrated graphics. Because once you pass through a card, the host can no longer use it.
So pass-through does not mean sharing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have installed another graphics card, or we can use it to internal graphics.
Exactly. Once you pass through a card or any other PCI device for that matter, the host or any other virtual machine cannot use it. Only the virtual machine that you shared it to.
Okay, and also I am facing some issue. When I creating the VM for video editing means we are facing some audio latency. How can I solve this?
So that's more of a networking. Where what remote desktop software are you using?
By default, Windows remote.
Yeah, that's not that good. Microsoft. But yeah, I would recommend Parsec, what I just used. It's good in terms of latency and quality. But another thing that I would recommend is you can work remotely in the sense that if you don't have to be on the same network as the server. But it's recommended if you're on the same network as the server because obviously the latency and speed will be better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe one more question.
Okay, great.
Sure.
Even if you have any more questions with Rohit, you can have them outside or on the stage. Around the world, in the middle of all the obstacles, people do what they are passionate about. In the middle of the disabilities, great people like Alan Keller beat the system and show us anything is possible and nothing is mission impossible. VI devs are leading in AI, ML and deep tech, not just testing for accessibility. Today's speaker, Palaniappan, is a global tech leader with 24 years of experience driving AI, ML, data engineering and cloud transformation. We also have Lakshman, who is a software engineer writing scripts for playwright automation and has immense knowledge in Python and developed games for visually impaired and mentored other VI students. Together, they will show how NVDA, non-visual desktop access, helps them build, debug and deploy code and how they are rewriting their own code for good. Please welcome Palaniappan and Lakshmanan.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Probably 50, 30, 20. Maybe by seeing the topic, people choose to stay or go out. At least I'm very happy. I'm counting on you all. Thank you much for staying. It will be definitely rewarding and gratitude wise, right? All right. Thank you so much for actually introducing me, Justin, and also Lakshman. Before we start, a quick check. What is actually PWD? Sorry? Right. I hope you would be saying print working directory. Thank you. It's not Linux anymore. Okay, CSR? Very good. DEI? Very nice. Full marks. Okay, VI? Visually impaired. What's the definition? A person with partially blind or fully blind and who uses screen reader, sometimes magnifier in the early stages, or they use screen reader. Okay, we'll see what it is with some few activities and a quick live demo. We have our friend Lakshman standing here. He's actually a person who's having great idea around Python, and he mentored other VI students and made them to create Rubik's Cube in 2-dimensional in Python in less than 25 days and made them to win a hackathon. Just to tell what it's all about. He himself, by profession, he is actually writing scripts. He's a software engineer to automate and also do the playwright automation part, right? Okay, without any delay. Okay. All right. Yeah, you're hearing something, right? Let's talk about that. Before that, the disclaimer part. Okay, I'm actually blocking. Yeah, the views and the opinions expressed here purely out of our personal interest, and it doesn't really reflect any of our companies, Syneos Health, which is mine, and also Lakshman, HME India Global Technologies Private Limited. Okay, it's
the disclaimer part. Okay, how many of you remember this particular title? Attention is all you need. Transformer architecture. Right. Now, why did I actually put it here? Can anyone say what is the attention span of a normal human being?
20 to 25 minutes.
That is for my age, not for your age. I'm very old. 30 seconds, thanks to the shorts and the reels. You keep moving, doom scrolling, right? Okay, let's come to the VI. VI, we have to make them distracted, otherwise they will never get distracted. The way they do the memory mapping, they can do the matrix calculation directly. And if there is a meeting of like 40 members, and if you ask for a name, if they are there, they can immediately say, no sir, he just dropped out, because they keep on mapping it in their mind. And they are extremely attention oriented and they have a lot of focus. This is something that every company should really make a note out of it. Okay? Okay, we keep talking about screen readers. What is screen reader? How do they even work with the computers? Do you know that VIs can really work in computers? Okay. What level of technology they can work?
My boss was visually impaired.
Very good. So you know about that.
He was the director of Geo that developed free and open source accounting software. His name is I worked on the team for 6 years.
Wow. Very nice. So you are well aware about it. My whole idea is to about number one, share, and you have to spread the awareness. Number two, I will give the takeaway at the end. They use something called screen readers that actually just speaks whatever they do in the screen or whatever the screen does. I oversimplified, however, there are challenges into it. And usually people say they can do only a digital accessibility testing, DAT. But as you see now, whatever the technologies that I said, people are working, they're excelling in Snowflake, Databricks of the world. They are working in the data engineering pipelines, CI/CD, DevOps, and also complex Gen AI and LLM. There is also one other friend sitting next to you. In fact, you can actually talk to him as well. He is actually an agentic AI engineer who is here visiting us. Sukumar. Thanks, Sukumar. And also thanks to Chandru, who actually is coordinating with all of these things. So I think you really have to make a connection and talk about what they are working around. Some screen readers very quickly. NVDA, not to confuse with NVIDIA, NVDA, non-visual desktop access. Thanks to a couple of Australian blind men, they face a lot of challenges. They do not want others to do that, so they created this completely using Python. That is where the power of FOSS coming into the picture. It is completely open source, available in GitHub. Kudos to FOSS. Okay, so you can also download, you can create add-ons to it. It's really worldwide and being used by multiple people. It works only in the Windows. For Linux, Arca. And there is also Jois. Honestly, I think it's really expensive. So according to me, I would say these things should come only for free. Then only you can have community reach. Right? Alright. So, WCAG. I'm sure people must have spoken about inclusion and accessibility. We only created just for ourselves, right? That is not correct. Have you ever thought that when you create something, you should not keep emojis, you should not keep only CSS, and you cannot keep only the images part of it. When there is an image, you should have an alt tooltip description. Have you ever thought about it? And have you ever thought about the tab order? Who cares? Anyways, I have mouse. If I have taken your mouse, will you be able to handle everything only with a keyboard? VIs use only keyboard. He has an external keyboard. With that, if any computer, he can handle. There is no mouse attached to it. And they are very fast in terms of editors. Right? So when you create an application, ensure that you follow WCAG guidelines, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. The set of framework given. Please do it. I mean, thanks to a lot of Indian government sites, it may look clumsy, but it has every accessibility feature built into it. There's a CAPTCHA. Have you ever thought about, is there an audio CAPTCHA? There has to be an audio CAPTCHA. I think IOB sites and other sites, they have wonderful audio CAPTCHA. So ensure when you build anything, have the web content accessibility guideline. I'm not going to read all those things. You can read that. But if you're really interested, please visit that. Okay, let's have a small activity.
Media player, 1 column, 2 media player, window, seek slider, skip back 10, repeat next, skip 4, actions. Position 0 minute, seek display.
You have service A, B, C, they use the robot, and then there is reading practice of the source, can be other data can be EDS, can be only right? So, if you want to learn the AS before how you practice this is my film, right? Then you use the services, right? Now, then you use the services here, you observe, right? Say this is my LM or the AS, right? This AS will not give answer, calculated, right? Say I want some function that is used, right? So, the AS will not give probably use as first not target.
Space, play.
Can you make sense out of it? Can anyone understand what it is all about? It's about agentic AI MCP servers. This is how the normal speed they actually listen, and that is only 3x. They can go up to 4x. All audiobooks, they can complete it in 4 times faster than any normal person can do it. Because their rate of listening is so high. Attention span is so high. And they can understand the slang very easily because the NVDA has all sort of slangs and they're used up to the US slangs very easily. So when you think about something, you also put yourself in their shoes. And whatever the sound that you are hearing separately, like a robotic voice, that is what is basically the screen reader voice. It keeps telling you what it is all about. You want to see? You want to really see a taste out of it? We can have a quick demo around it.
Media player, task switching window, running application list. Search window, search box, blank, N, T, Notepad plus, Notepad, media player, meet, start with Notepad plus, hello, how are you doing today, question. Seek position, seek, file explorer, running window, in. Seek position 0 minutes 19, media player window, play button, search, media player window.
I need to show the other screen.
Start with Notepad plus, or 1 column, 228, start with Notepad plus, media player window. P, quick site scrutiny, project scrutiny, let's setting extend, input 228, landscape, 2K24. Media pane.
Yeah, over to you, Lakshman. Did you hear this one? Is it working? Go ahead, Lakshman. Yeah.
So, I'm Lakshmana. So, small intro about me. I'm coming from Tamil Nadu. Currently, I'm working as a software engineer. And I'm a visually challenged person. So, I can't able to see, but even if I'm seeing that monitor of a computer or PC, so I can recognize some square shape, light is coming, and in middle of that some object is moving. So kind of that only I can able to recognize. So still I am working with a screen reader. The screen reader is nothing but whatever the screen, wherever in our screen some cursor is going to element or some any other text, even mouse or cursor. So the screen reader will recognize and the text will be spoken into audio format. So now I'll give a just small demo how it's working, so that.
Yeah. Yes. You can keep.
Search window, search box, N, T, Notepad, starting with Notepad plus, edit multi-lines.
Okay. So I opened as empty Notepad. So initially it's little bit fast. The screen reader voice is little bit fast. So I'm making it little bit slow.
Rate 55, rate 50, rate 25, rate 5, rate 10.
So okay. So I'm typing few letters. Try to listen whether you can understand or not.
A, B, caps lock off. C, D, E, F, G, A, I, K, K.
So I'm typing that A, B, C, D. So it maybe you can little bit tough to understand initially.
M, J, K.
Okay.
A blank.
I'm typing a sentence.
I, N, T, space, N, O. No, T, space, D, O, N, tick, T, space, N, E, D, space, O, I, C, E, S, S, A, N, I, T, A, N, C, T, space, A, E, F, T, space, T, Y, P, space, T, E, F, T.
Okay.
I don't semi, don't tick.
Sorry.
I don't semi,
okay.
don't tick T, need voice assistant help to type a text.
Okay, so it's a simple text. So, but it's reading very slow.
I don't semi, don't tick T, need voice assistant help to type a text.
Okay. So this it's reading few 3 seconds, 2-3 seconds to completely finish reading. But that actually I don't want. I want fast. Then only I can work very fast. Otherwise, I have to wait until it's completely finishing. So I'm making the increasing the speed.
Rate 15, rate 35, rate 45, rate 60, rate 70. I don't see voices, not type text.
Even at this speed also I can listen like what it's speaking.
Rate
I can listen more than this speed
don't see
also.
voices, not type text.
Like the text having mistake, but fine. Okay. So anyhow, I'll
rate 45, rate 40. I don't semi blank.
So you got a feel of what actually the screen reader is, right?
Blank, unselect blank.
So this is what the third activity which I really wanted to say. If you are talking to a visually impaired person and if you see that there is a slight delay in their response, think that they are listening to two things at the same time. In one of their ears, they are listening to the screen reader, the other one, they are listening to you, right? So please empathize that. I have felt it, and for years together I didn't really know that. Then actually one of the VAs, they told, it's because they are listening to what is happening on the screen. So you got to pause a bit. It doesn't mean that they are actually having a late response. It's because they are listening to two things at the same time, right? Okay. So there is also a demo which I wanted to show, but in the interest of time, that I am cutting down because of the final important demo, which I really wanted him to show live. Again, I want, when you all go out of this place, please share what you have seen to your peers, and to ensure and understand VA, they don't necessarily do only DAT, digital accessibility testing. They are capable of doing deep tech, which is what I really wanted you to see now. Over to you, Lakshman.
Blank. Media player, starting 1 dash, blank. Media, FOSS line mission line, PowerPoint slideshow dash, FOSS line mission line, possible dash, 0.7 dot peak, FOSS line mission line, possible dash, internet speed test bar fast.com and one more page dash, decolon backslash FOSS dash session backslash D. Chat dot 5 check 2 of 3. Line PTAC line 1. Items view list, mini talk check 1 and 1. Items view list, source code check 1 and 1. Items space. Empty check 2 of 3. Chat 0 dot 5 check 3 of 3. Empty, item, space, selected.
So I have created a small, now I'm gonna create a small script that will chat application. So with interacting with AI, like kind of a chat bot. So in today morning actually I created, it's very easy to make in Python. In Python only I'm gonna create it.
Chat dot 5 check 1 and 1 space. Decolon backslash, start media player, FOSS line mission, PowerPoint slideshow, FOSS line mission line, FOSS, internet speed test bar fast.com, internet speed test bar fast.com, column 5 9 and 9, chat dot 5 dash visual studio code, row 1 column 1, chat dot 5 dash visual studio code, chat dot blank. Decolon backslash FOSS dash session backslash source code backslash. Chat dot 5. Visual studio code. Document. Blank.
It's an empty file. I'm typing it, but today morning I rewrited it 2 times so that Copilot recognized it like what I am typing. So while typing also it's giving that same suggestion. When I'm writing second time, I noticed that it's giving a same suggestion. So okay, for that I'm gonna use one library. That library called G4F. So this library is backend integrated with ChatGPT only. So kind of API we can use it. So it will work I'll implement it.
I-M, warning, I-M-P-O-R, T space, G3, chat 3, 4, F, chat suggest list, chat dot by editor.
Okay, so creating a small...
Class mini talk colon com, C, L, A, S, mini S, S, space, mini talk colon com, inspect this in the accessible view left paren. Define line, define line left paren.
Okay, it's already giving that same suggestion what I wrote in the morning.
Return response. Response, def check blank, self dot name equals name, self dot model equals quote GPT def. Line feed quote, mini.
I'm verifying that model is exactly wrote correct or not.
Dash, 4 dash, GPT, quote, GPT dash 4 dash M, I, quote, blank.
Okay, fine.
Def check, response equals G4F dot chat completion dot create left paren, self dot model comma, message, return response, return response.
Okay,
blank.
very simple.
Blank.
Then...
Name equals input left paren, quote, mini talk equals mini talk left paren, name right paren, come.
Okay, fine. The simple code, it will act like a mini bot. So below that we need to add some loop conditions and all. I have created and I saved it separately. So now like that way we are writing, but always we won't use AI. But now for the time purpose, I'm going with that AI. Okay. So how we will understand? You may have doubt like we can write fine, but how we can understand that error where it's coming, like which line? So that doubt you might have. So I'm manually creating an error, syntax error. So here one dot only is skill, but I'm giving two dots. So now when I'm moving my cursor to the line, it will give a different sound. You can listen. Like kind of one sound. So this sound will tell me like there is an error in that line. So please look at. So now on my, like few shortcuts also. If I'm pressing F9, so that cursor will move exactly to the error where the error is starting. So like that way, many features in that Visual Studio IDE. So actually thanks to Microsoft, because they build it fully accessible for us. I can confidently work with that IDE. Same like I'm for C++, I'm working with Visual Studio C++, like fully accessible. Okay, so now I'm leaving this code. Even runtime also. So here I'm giving a runtime error. So actually this class need a parameter required, but now I'm giving it as space name blank. Task view window unknown. Chat dot python. C colon backslash positive. Okay, I'm running this script. Address 16 D. One suggestion. C colon backslash. P y t a o n space l a I n dot p y. Python colon. Can take t colon file. Take t colon. P y t a o n space a t dot p y backslash file code t colon backslash post. T colon backslash post. Chat dot check 1 and 1. C colon backslash windows. C colon back space y. L t. P y t a o n space c a t dot p y. File code t colon backslash post dash session backslash source code backslash mini talk backslash empty backslash chat dot python comma 1 6 self dot name equals name caret syntax. Okay, so t colon backslash post dash session backslash chat dot dash visual chat import g blank. Line number 6 that error is still there. I forgot to. Class name talk colon deadline line self dot name s dot name dot error n dot n.
So he's basically explaining the way that he will do the troubleshooting. Yeah. Okay. I think you can actually go to the original file what we have written.
Okay.
And you can execute it.
So while announcing that error, like whatever text you are getting in the log, like page or file or line number, folder, which function is the error is coming, everything I'll also get the same. I can also read that same, so that I can easily understand that error from where it's coming. C colon backslash windows, D colon backslash positive. Items view list, empty check 2 of 3. Items view list, mini talk check 1 and 1. Items view list, source code check 1 and space. Items view list, backup none, empty, backup. Items view list, new, main dot check 2 of 2. Okay, after that, the full version of this code looks like this only. Chat dot visuals, blank. Import g blank, blank. Self dot name, self blank. So here why I added a list, like here actually this bot is, if we give a message, it will respond to that message only. But it won't remember that history, like what we chat last time. So that history won't have. So that's why I created a simple list and all messages will be appended to that list. So while sending that message, we are directly not only sending that single message, we are sending the exact history so that it can perform like well as a friendly conversation it can make. Okay, let me close it now. Now, address 16 Sam, 1 6 D, 1. C colon backslash P, Y, T, A, O, N, space, N, A, N, dot, P, Y. Enter your name colon. Okay, first is asking the name. A, K, S, H, M, A, N, A, N. To end the chat comma, type, tick, tick. Okay, so like a small descriptions I have given, like a quick exit. Okay, so now I'm asking like what is W, A, T, S, S, space, F, O, S, 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 O, F, I, S, space, F, O, S, S. G4 F is up dash dash A left for N, version. FOSS stands for free and open source software common. Okay, it's very, so Python is so powerful, but I like C++. Okay. Okay, so I'm executing that application now. Okay, now what I did, like if it's console based like just script, it won't useful for others also. So what we need to do, we should create like a UI based application, then only other people can use it, isn't it? Okay, I have created same like the script I copied and I given to ChatGPT, like, and I have familiar with one library in Python. That name is WX. So WX very accessible for me to create a UI based application. It support like all UI component like drop down, text box, pin, buttons and all it will support. So I given to ChatGPT big prompt and it's given a proper UI based application. Now I'm showing how. Address 16 CMD. One suggestion. C colon backslash Windows backslash system 32 backslash CMD dot. Okay, we'll run it now. P Y T A O N space M A I N U I dot P Y. Actually, the pointer having through files, so the chat is actually our script, and the main UI will expand importing that chat file. Okay.
Mini talk dash welcome dialog. Enter your name colon.
Okay. As usual, it's asking that name.
L-A-K-H-M-A-N-A-N.
Okay, I given.
Response limit left red. Characters right red.
So this response limit why I given, like this bot is responding based on the content, like a very big text, but for a chat based things we don't need much big text, isn't it? So I reduce that char length. So here it's default it will be 100. Okay, let it be. We can increase or decrease that.
Okay, button. Mini talk dash Lachana.
Okay, I'll expand.
So 1 second. So whatever you have seen in the console, he has upgraded the same application into an UI with also a connection to the historical context, remembering.
Okay. So now I expanded that application. So here I said no. Okay. Same question I'm asking.
It is small. Let me tell. He is typing the same question. What is FOSS? FOSS stands for Free and Open Source Software. Okay.
FOSS stands for free. Edit blank.
Maybe any other question which you want to ask? Something random?
Okay, I'll ask like accessibility. What is accessibility?
End chat button. Last chat history colon list. AI row edit blank. Last block response colon. Edit read only multi-line accessibility ensures everyone.
Okay. So it's saying that it's giving that answer. So I said like I added that list for a history, so that then only it can perform like it can remember that history of like what we had discussed with that bot. So let me ask about like
WKT space space T H W WKT S space W S space M Y space F I R S space C C Q.
So he's asking what was my first question?
End chat button.
Let me see whether it is giving proper.
Last block is edit blank.
The first question was about the meaning of FOSS. So it is linking to the first question.
Your first question is about the meaning of FOSS.
Yeah. So very easy to build it. And so if you wanted to distribute to someone, like if we have a Py installer library, so with the help of that we can convert it into exe executable file and we can give to them. So
thank you, Lakshman. Actually, he wanted to even show the Py installer part. The interest of time, actually. Yeah. Okay, on a different note, the correct actual intended speaker who is supposed to come, he had a personal emergency, he didn't come. So Lakshman got prepared in less than 12 hours.
Media player FOSS line FOSS line.
I think we are actually in the last part.
FOSS line. Slide 11.
Alright. So I just told about NVDA add-ons. So there are some cool add-ons over there, like Braille enhancers and Braille and OCR tools and speed enhancers. So if you are actually a core techie, if you really want to add some more add-ons on top of it, without disturbing the base model, what you can do, you can download the GitHub code, understand what it is, and add some add-ons. What some scope for improvement is, they can easily share the screen. But what if in a Zoom meeting or in a Teams meeting, if I share my screen and I want them to see it? So at the moment, there is a lot of challenge around it. Of course, you can think about LLM, but you need to think about low latency, cost, proprietary part, and also it has to be economical, right? So we can use there are the scope for new add-ons and accessibility for the new tools, right? There are some references. Please have a look around it. And as I said, 3 takeaways. When you go out of the room, please ensure you spread the word. If you are a startup owner, give opportunity. If you are actually an influencer in your enterprise, or tell what you have seen about the deep tech part. If you are a developer, ensure that when you develop any app or web app, ensure that you have the web content accessibility guideline being followed, or you can also contribute to the NVDA add-ons. Be an inclusive colleague. I wanted to repeat, what is PWD? People with distinct abilities. Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? Anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now we are talking about physical disabilities, right? There are certain mental disabilities as well.
Neurodivergent you are talking.
Yeah. So do you think, we need to make our apps like Visual Studio Code or maybe Cursor AI to support those people as well?
Absolutely. Actually, one thought that I have is, I think Microsoft is the only company, in my understanding, after some research, they have employed 9% of their workforce in PWD. None of any other companies have done it. Thanks to Satya Nadella. And he made all his tools accessible. That is something that I would like every fan company or any mom and pop shop company or even mid-level should really do that. And in that way, digital infrastructure, physical infrastructure, everything should be accessible, and you're right. All levels of neurodivergent, physical, mental, for all the disabilities, we should definitely do. It's like inclusiveness, right? Exactly. And VS Code is again, I would say, godsend, because they can connect directly to a Linux machine, they can deploy, they can connect to a GitHub, and they can connect to a Unix machine from here and edit it, and they can execute it, all sitting in one place. And remote SSH is another godsend add-on. Any other questions? I can take one.
I have like one question.
Please.
You can ask. So like my question is for VIs, isn't there like any like really dynamic screen, like instead of them like listening to the audio, can't they just like feel the screen? Like I see they're like Reilly leaders, but can't there be like any like Reilly computers that can like dynamically show the screen through sensors?
Like tactile or smart?
Tactile feedback.
Do you want to take this?
Yeah. So actually, to overcome this screen is like a little bit tough, and I agree. But for that audio, we are actually have a good audio support. Have you heard about HRTF?
No.
No, okay. So these head-related transfer functions. So kind of that, like a stream audio, the audio support like 3D, 8D, 12, 7.5, kind of that audio support. No? So based on that, with any headset, if you are wearing headset, you can listen like from where the audio is coming, what's happening on the screen. Based on that, we can recognize like, and even we are playing game also, 3D game also. So you are saying like understanding that script, but that different form in audio way, like we are able to feel that.
Thank you. But not really like a tactile kind of a thing. Yeah, as of now, I think this is doing a lot of good job. Only thing, the application should be accessible.
Yeah, true.
Thank you. I think he has one.
So currently, it's so the VAs are using screen readers to understand like what's going on the screen. So do you think is there any unnecessary part in this way of like communication or sensing what is going on the screen? So what I'm thinking out of my mind right now is, what if we have so the regular screen is designed for normal people, regular people, like what if we have a VA mode, like that way of interface is specifically designed so that they can even perform faster. So my question to you is, while VAs are when they are using the screen reader, is there anything that they felt like this is unnecessary for us, like this is useless, like screen is doing something, this kind of interface is doing something, actually we don't need it. Is there any unnecessary part in the way that UIs
Yeah, I'll answer my part. Maybe if you have anything you can add. As long as I have seen is, sometimes people say, I do not know what is happening because you must have seen POUR, P-O-U-R, the 4 principles of WCAG. Sometimes screen reader doesn't even know that something is there in the screen. There are some, let me name it. I think Cursor and also N8N, I think they are not accessible. So, which means what is it? Like, people cannot use it. But MongoDB, 5 years before it was not accessible. After people writing requests to them, they immediately ensure that it is accessible. So that is quite important. Sometimes when you jump from one screen to the other screen, or jump from Citrix, or move from one virtual machine to other machine, the screen reader doesn't read. So as long as, again, I would say to keep it very simple, if the application is really accessible enough, I think that is enough. But your VI mode is really a good thought. Maybe the OS makers should really think about it. Microsoft has something called, in Microsoft Teams, there is a live presentation in PPT. So when I do the presentation in PPT, they can seek left, right, center, and they can actually see what every slide is, if I am presenting also. And even if there is a picture, I think to a certain extent it tells what is inside the picture. So I think every player should really come into this area.
Thank you.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah, as long as the time permits.
I just want to add one more thing.
Yeah.
This is too elementary, I would say. Right. There is this project called Neuralink.
Okay.
Elon Musk is working on it. Right. So the point is that they simply implant a chip in your head.
Yeah.
Right. Now your head directly talks with the computer, because when we talk, the rate of speech is not as high as if a chip was implanted in our heads. So for visually impaired, I think that could be a boon, right? I think it will take a decade or so for those chips to be generally available. Right now, those are being used for people who are experts and all of those things. But in future, it could be a really good idea, because even I listen to Audible at 3x, and I think he can go as high as 7 or 8x, right? If that chip is directly in his mind, he can directly communicate with it rather than speaking any words.
Okay, probably. Since it's Elon Musk, I have to stay. So it's like vibe coding in LinkedIn. They said very interesting, but also entertaining, but it doesn't work. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything against that, but let us wait and watch kind of a thing accordingly. Yeah, but definitely that is something that R&D has to be done, because some of them, when you think it is the typing has been done, those R&Ds are all done. So we should definitely look into it. Your thought and also the VI mode thought. Yeah. Thank you.
What my request is, like, if you are building an open source or building applications, so for if it's very hard to use, and then you can create a separate add-on, like NVIDIA add-on that already told about that. So you can create a separate add-on for your application, so that we can easily use it. Even I can give some examples. So like I'm using Abstract and iMobile. So let's compare these, and iMobile is not that much accessible, but I want it to use. But it's a little bit tough. I'm facing that challenge while even with that screen reader I'm facing challenge. So like that way, if you build a open source, and if you feel like it will be useful for that public you are coming with public, then you can create a separate add-on, or else you can use the screen reader. By default it has a lot of features, so you can use that to make the application or that source user like a screen reader friendly. That's only from my side.
Thank you, Lakshman. Thank you, everyone. Thank you much.
Thank you, Palaniappan. Thank you, Lakshmanan. So before we move on to our next speaker, we propose that we have flash talks at 4 p.m., right? So we have the selected 5 talks. So the first talk would be Unified Push Notifications the FOSS way. So the speakers are over here. The speakers who propose these talks over here. Great. So please be there at 4 p.m. as well, right? Yeah, please take the seats in the first row anywhere. The second talk was Hotwire Native iOS and Android apps from web code bases. Do we have the speaker over here? Over there? Great, amazing. The third topic would be access satellite imagery faster than Google. GitHub library presentation. Do we have the speaker over here? Okay, we'll wait for that. The fourth one is FOSS CIT, an open source organization in Coimbatore Institute of Technology. Do we have the speaker? Great, amazing. Please take the seat over here. The fifth one would be please start monkey patching more. Great, amazing. Okay, so these are the 5 shortlisted talks for flash talks at 4 p.m. So please, everyone who wishes to hear these talks from these great, amazing speakers, please be available at 4 p.m. Next up, we have our speaker Akhil, who is a senior machine learning engineer at DBS, building ML and GenAI solutions at scale. He's a regular speaker and has spoken at PyCon India. He loves experimenting with new languages and tools, and while jumping from Rust to Zig right now. Just by casually experimenting, he built CUDAs, a GPU library in Zig, applying CompTime, build.zig, and C interoperability in real projects. Akhil will talk about how Zig's compile time magic can make GPU programming ergonomic, fun, and surprisingly powerful. Over on to you, Akhil.
Okay. Hi guys. That was like a really wonderful intro about me. Like I thought this is the last talk for the day for this event, and I thought I would be the only person and the cameraman would be the other person who would be listening to my talk. And but interestingly, it's a quite good audience. How many of you know or heard about Zig before? Wow, that's a good raise of hands. Is it from one JavaScript runtime that you learned about Zig?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay. And another show of hands, how many of you people think that this is related to Bun, this talk? Or expected that this talk would be related to one JavaScript runtime? Okay, that's cool. So, I'm an ML engineer and I got to had a good exposure in Rust, but I didn't feel coding in Rust because of bad ergonomics and lot of restrictions. Then I switched to Zig, and during the learning process, I developed a GPU interface library in Zig, which can run your GPU applications on NVIDIA GPUs. So this talk is not exactly about GPUs, ML and stuff, but it's purely Zig and my experience that I learned during developing this particular framework. I would sharing with you guys. So why GPU framework? So I have my own pet project, which is a multimodal database called Flora64. So it tries to address processing, analyzing, and then building some LLM capabilities for different data types like images, voice, audio, video. So I also need a kind of a GPU library for it because this database is built in Zig, and I've developed CUDA-Z. It's called CUDA-Z. So who am I? I am just skipping this slide because I've already our FOSS United guy, he just explained about me. So this library has some 111 stars and it has got 5 contributors from worldwide. And this power of open source, small segue. I dislike Windows, but the contributor runs his workload on Windows. He just gave me a patch to run this framework on Windows. So just a segue that open source is global and it's very powerful. So what's the challenge? So every programming language, when you see, it has kind of extensibility in terms of FFI. So what is FFI? It's a foreign function interface where it can load libraries written in other languages and then get the fastness, performance and everything. For example, how many of you know NumPy? Yeah. So basically NumPy is what? It's developed in C and it's a Python wrapper, right? So Python has a good FFI interface which is nothing but which is powered by C-types module. So what's the problem? What's the challenge here? So I need to interface with the CUDA library. So if you take Python, so Python has a good C-types module, but you need to write your own boilerplate to interact with CUDA library. But how Zig is trying to solve this? So with a simple compiler inbuilt function call, which is called @C import. So you just supply the header file, and it will on the right side, if you see below, it auto generates the Zig code. So this is the boilerplate that you need to write in Python if you want to interact with CUDA library. But in Zig, you just import a header file, and internally it will generate the whole structural schema to interact with CUDA library. So this is one good advantage of using Zig, where if you want to interact with different other libraries developed in other languages. And custom builds. So CMake, Make, Ninja. So these are the third-party tools that you use to build your C or C++ source files. But Zig offers, it has like its own like inbuilt build generator tooling ecosystem. So these, like whatever the bullet points that I mentioned, so these are like the different use cases. Like for example, if you have like custom dynamic library parts that you want to use, and you want to like build with the different profiles. So let's say debug profile, release profile, and then you want to also have like some complex build workflows. So you can actually use Zig, and the build engine of Zig powers that. And if you want to write like those complex workflows, you can directly use the Zig language itself. Like if you take CMake or like Make, it has its own syntax. But if you like learning Zig, so you can code applications in Zig and also like write your build complex workflows in Zig. So this snapshot is 150 line build complex workflow that I built for my framework, which is Kodazi, that I just explained. And I'll just take a small snippet from it and try to like explain how flexible it is and how developer friendly it is to build these complex workflows. So this is like a just small extract. So what this particular piece of code is doing, it's trying to, so you have like test files, right? So whenever like you write some code base, you need to test it. Now I can actually, pick subset of like those test files and then like run them. I can like filter those like test files. So this block of code is like doing that. And we will take some other like use case. So a MATML like operation. So these are like the normal like sequence of steps that any programmer like does if he wants to do matrix multiplication on a GPU. So what he will do, he will compile a CUDA kernel that he writes into a PTX code and then like stores into CPU RAM, and then again like sends this PTX code to the GPU, loads it there, and then again he will copy some two ambient matrices that he creates in the CPU to the, he offloads it to the GPU. Then he will like call some function in the GPU, and the GPU will compute and then give back the result. And again he needs to copy like from GPU to CPU. And in this whole flow, if there are like any errors, the main application should be able to like catch them and handle them properly. And after like doing all this like operations, if there are like any memory allocations that are done, they should be also like freed. So this is like some nice like workflow, and let's see like how Zig will deal with this. So like one basic thing is that, like as I already talked about, like error propagation of like errors from callees to callers. So generally, if you have already like written like some C programs or like applications, you see there will be like a lot of like error codes that will be like written by callees, and then you need to like handle them. So there isn't any like proper error ecosystem that's built in C. Like these are like just some integer values, and you write some if conditions and then check if it's not zero, then handle it. Now let's see like how Zig will try to like address this problem. So on the left side, what I'm trying to do is that, so I am not manually writing all these like different error variants that you just saw earlier. So like for example, code error invalid value is like 1, out of memory is 2. So in other like languages, you need to like manually write all the error names and map it to like the error values. But in Zig, because of a compile time feature that's provided by Zig, I can programmatically derive the error types during the compile time. So this left side block is a code base, and on the right the whatever the error block that you're like seeing. So this is like from Zig. This will be like generated dynamically during the compile time. So you need not like worry about writing everything like manually. So if you are not getting what's the biggest advantage of like using compile time, I'll just take a small detour here. So on the left side, if you see, this is just a small Fibonacci computation that I'm doing, and in the main method, in the main function, here if you see, there's just a small like comp time keyword that's written before like Fibo. So what Zig does, it will like compute this Fibo 50 value during the compile time, and whatever the value that is generated, it gets hard-coded in the binary itself. So whenever like you are running the application, so the Fibo 50 will not get recomputed. So it directly throws this value. So that's like the power of compile time. So then the other challenge is like cleaning up of resources. So in C, C++, I think like you might have like faced double free headaches, and then accessing undefined memory locations and stuff. So Zig doesn't give you like automatic cleanup anywhere, but it gives you those tools to perform those activities. Like for example here, in the flow that I explained to you, where we are like compiling the Coda kernel into a PTX code. So that PTX code will be like allocated like somewhere in the memory. Now we need to like free it up after execution of the whole operation. Now how can we do that? By using a defer statement. Now what defer statement does? So defer statement will execute the expression at the end of the function. So PTX data 1 is created somewhere in the memory, and the corresponding defer statement is written, but it will not execute. It will not be executed at that very instance, but it will be executed at the end of the like function. So this gives you, you need not like forget like when to like free it. So just like write the defer function once you allocate your memory, and it gets freed up at the end of the function. And you can also like detect memory leaks. Like for example, I will like just give you the demo on this. I will like voluntarily do some memory allocation, and I won't reallocate it. But you can see that Zig will like catch it. Okay. If you see in line number 157, so this deinit method will actually deallocate the allocation. We are creating array in line number 156, and then we are like deallocating in line number like 157. But this will happen at the end of the like function. But I'm just like skipping it. So let's see if it catches or not. So if you see, it says something got leaked. So it will also tell you at which allocation this memory got leaked. Yeah. So if you see in line number 156, a memory has been allocated, but we haven't deallocated. So let's try to like rerun this program once again. Yeah. So now there are like no issues. Okay. So this was like a short introduction of Zig. Syntax or like whatever the features that are there in Zig, which actually like helped me in building this library. So I would actually suggest like people to try out Zig, because the kind of like philosophy the creator uses to build this language is completely like different compared to like other conventional languages. So I hope you guys just check this out and then be one of the Zig contributors. That's it. Like, thanks for your time. So, any questions?
Hey people, do we have any questions? Okay, cool. If we don't have any questions, even if you have any more questions, you can find Akhil down the stage or at least outside. Akhil, do you have anything to say?
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Thank you guys.
Just a final call. Do we have a speaker who proposed the satellite imagery session? You have? You are? Okay. Can you please come front? Thank you. So we are beginning with flash talks. So we're going to have like 5 flash talks, and the first flash talk is going to be implementing app notifications the FOSS way by Rachit Kurana. So please welcome Rachit Kurana.
So hello everyone. Okay, cool. So firstly, I would like to know how many of you are app developers here. Okay, a few. And like web developers, quite a few. So whenever you are developing an app, one of the most important part of an app is app notifications, right? So I am mostly a web developer. I just experimented with app development a while back. So I wanted to implement app notifications. What I did was I asked my friends, how can we do that? And everyone said you need to use Firebase push notifications, right? The main drawback with that is, firstly, it's not FOSS. You need to use Google's Firebase project to make that, right? So this is my story. So initially I built it using Firebase push notifications itself, but as I am not a app developer, I did not want to give money to Google to publish my app on Play Store, right? So I thought to publish it on F-Droid instead. I hope you don't know that's just a FOSS Play Store that contains only the server send notifications to your app and in an encrypted format. And you can use any notification provider that there is. There is one from Mozilla, there is one from Nexttalk as well. So that it basically gives freedom to everyone. And if you think that it might harm the user experience, so there is a way for to handle that as well. There is something known as embedded distributors. What it basically does is, whenever your app implements embedded distributors, it can register your device to Firebase itself. However, Firebase Firebase push notification supports web push protocol as well. So what it basically does is it registers, it gets you the web push protocol link, And through that, you can send normal web push notifications. Through this, you do not need to implement Firebase on the backend or on your client-side library. It uses the web push protocol that is in the browser itself, right? So you can totally skip. You do not need to create any Firebase project. Just implement a web push on your backend in your app, and you are good to go with notifications. And now comes a bit of a fun part. Okay, this is just my story. So I was just implementing it, and the base code for web push, unified push, is in Java, I think. The native for Android. I did not have any idea about that. So I was implementing it in React Native. It supports Flutter as well, React Native as well, and native Java and Kotlin too. So what I was implementing was notifications, right? However, I faced an issue while the notifications were not coming when the app was not running. That is a major issue. So I debugged it, and I tried a lot of things. Since I did not know Java or Kotlin, I just coded I just asked AI what's the issue with the library and all. So what I did was I made changes to the library itself, and then used it as my custom library. And then I discovered I was doing a blunder. Splashing my brain on the wall for 2 days. But yeah, eventually it worked. So I just wanted to introduce you to Unified Push. That yes, there is a FOSS way to implement notifications as well. You can explore it more. Unified Push's main documentation page is really good. You can check it out. So yes, that was it. I just wanted to introduce this project that I found really cool.
Thank you. So we don't have any time to ask questions or get questions. So if you find him down the stage or outside, you can ask questions and have it started. Next up, we have Abhiram to talk about hardware native iOS and Android apps from web code bases.
Hi everyone. So this talk is actually not about MD, and I wish it was, because it is actually a very cool thing. This talk is about a problem that I face almost every now and then. So I'm a developer for a software services firm, and we primarily work with startups, early stage startups who want to, launch their product, get their idea valid, check if their idea works in the market and so on. So the kind of stuff that we code is, it needs to be coded extremely fast. It needs to be cheap, so the resources are low. But these guys who come to us for these apps, they're very greedy. They want 3 different platforms like iOS, Android, web and everything. And but they don't have the money. So what is the solution here? So the solution here is, you're looking at it right now. It's the browser. The browser, web pages, web standards, they work on almost every platform. So you just build it once and then it works everywhere, right? You build it complying to the standards, and it works everywhere. The problem with that, and why we cannot sell that to our clients, is that they want native apps, because that helps them with their visibility and all those stuff like that. They want it on the App Store, they want it in the Play Store, their apps, and sometimes, very few times, the apps actually have something that requires native APIs that we need to access, native mobile APIs that we need to access. So the solution is something called Hotwire Native. I did not build it. This is someone pretty cool built it. The guy who created Ruby on Rails built it. And so the thing here is that it's a universe. It has a lot of libraries and stuff. And primary thing here is something called turbo. So what happens in a regular web page is that when you click on a link, server rendered web pages I'm talking about, when you click on a link, it has to sort of do that round trip with the server and then load the page, and it does not feel swift, and it takes a lot of time and stuff. So what these guys did is that they created a JavaScript library called Turbo, which sort of intercepts those link clicks and loads it using a normal XHR request, right? So it feels very swift. They also did a lot of optimizations that make it feel swift, like preloading the data in the background and all this stuff. So now, after they did that, they utilized that to build something very cool that I think is very cool, and that's called Turbo Native. So you use the exact same web page and certain libraries for your Android and iOS code base, and you don't have to write a lot of native code. You just install these libraries in an empty project, and you give it URL to your web page, your web application, and it creates a native app. That's it. You have a native app that is running your website, your web application on mobile, and it can be published to Play Stores. This is not progressive web app or stuff like that you have to sort of ask the user to install on their mobile and stuff. It is like a proper native app that they can download from the Play Store and App Store. But it doesn't stop there. So because of the Turbo Hook, the Turbo JS library, they have the ability to also do native transitions. So when you click on a link and you go from one page to another page, it shows you like a swift transition, like a native proper transition. But then again, it doesn't stop there. You also have native screens. So imagine you have a button on your web page that says something like, for example, this button right here. This button right here. And with just a little bit of code, you could hook this button to native components available to from Android using Kotlin, and in iOS using Swift. And you could launch native pop-ups, native bottom sheets. So basically, at the fraction of a cost, at the fraction of the time it takes to build a proper native app, you can build a native app without building a native app. So as crazy as that sounds, it's possible, and it's being used in production by a company called Basecamp, the same guy who created this, for like 10 years or something like that. So yeah, this is what I wanted to tell you guys about. I think it's pretty cool, and yeah, long live the web. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhiram. Next up, we have the topic of accessing satellite imagery faster than Google, GitHub library presentation by Siddharth. Hey,
there's some problem with the presentation, but hi guys, my name is Siddharth. I'm a data engineer. I'm currently working on my own startup. I consult for space tech companies on data engineering and in general data science, big data. So I'm trying to help you guys in 10 minutes as much as possible go through a very complex topic. So I'm not gonna try to do much of jargon. So satellite imagery, many people know from Hollywood, Bollywood, all these things, but on a very real basis, NASA, European Space Agency and ISRO create petabytes of satellite imagery on a daily basis. And it's their job as governments to disseminate this data so that people can use it for various purposes, from water management, environmental management, how are the forests doing over the past few years. Satellites have been up there for almost 60 years now, starting by Landsat satellite by NASA. So I'm just going to quickly go through a little primer. Yeah, this is about me. I worked at Ola as well previously. We worked on the recent Street View project of Ola, and we contributed over 100 million roads and places of interest to OpenStreetMap. If anyone's here, we were part of that same team. Just to get you a quick primer into one of the most basic terms when it comes to geospatial data is like, you'll hear a lot of very complex terms. I'll just try to break it down. So raster is nothing but images. Vector is nothing but geometric data, which is like lines, points, polygons that we all know. For lines, you can think of roads. For points, you can think of like a location of a mall. And for polygons, you can think of buildings. Projection coordinate systems, people who are really into XR, VR, projection is basically, any sort of like math of like from a center point to any distance. So for XR, VR, you're always zero, I'm just giving an example, and your object is like 10 feet away or something. For maps also, this applies. Usually which you see in Google Maps, it's a projection which is called Mercator, which was meant for navigation. I'll just quickly show you. The light blue color is Google Maps projection, whereas the dark blue ones are all the real size of each and every country. That's just due to trying to make a circular object 2D, which always stretches the globe. So there are many projections basically that you can put the world in. These are some terms. And that applies to satellite imagery, because if you take a photo, like even with your camera, just from space, how do you know which part of the earth was it from? So you need to make sure that you give all the four corners of that photo a set of latitude, longitude coordinates and paste it right there. So that requires a coordinate system. And regional coordinate systems are required because of the same problem. For more accurate Indian distances between two places, a different projection of India is made by Survey of India and so on. US has another one, etc. But a global one is, we're all pretty used to it. The error in accuracy is like a few meters left and right. Data providers of satellite imagery, free is obviously all these three people I mentioned. Also, there are a lot of commercial players. From India, we have a very successful company here in Bangalore called Pixel, and there are many more coming up, of course. Now, for developers specifically, or people who are already trying to get into this or learn about this, there are some file formats. These are really old file formats. ZAR is pretty new. There was a talk on ZAR today evening. And GeoTIFF is a TIFF file, but with geospatial reference. So it's just an extra metadata on a TIFF file. You can read more on the global community effort to try and make file formats really simple to understand, really easy to use. You can access satellite imageries through all of the governmental portals, including India. And you can just, it's just a website. You go there, you can download it as zip files. It's not something, as a developer, you really think of. So on a developer side, there's something called Stack Catalog, it's a Spatial Temporal Access Catalog. It's a very big term, but basically it's just a huge JSON saying, oh, this is a satellite image provider, we have data from this date to this date, it covers this part of the world to that part of the world, everything is JSONified. and kept there. And the actual files itself, because they are very big, you can't put them in a JSON, so they're in a S3 bucket in the format which I showed earlier, ZAR or TIFF. And API endpoints are kept in these two. I'm just keeping two very famous endpoints where you can go and read them. It's completely open access. There's no keys or anything required to just go through them. Developer access of the stack items, again, it's a lot of community effort here. Try to make it as simple as possible. I really don't want to confuse you guys. So there's a lot of libraries out there that can do the same thing. Unfortunately, I just made another one. But I'm hoping that I keep a lot of these libraries behind my library so that you don't have to worry too much about them. I'm purely focusing on power users, so that's why my talk, I'm trying to limit it as simple as possible. But power users who know exactly what they want to do, which area of the world they want to analyze, what are the dates, very few items, line of items that they're thinking of, and they quickly want to access that data and start their data science. Right? So they just want to access it quickly as possible. And right now my library is one of the fastest in the world when it comes to getting a time series of satellite imagery for a given location. I was hoping to give a demo, but this is not my laptop. Unfortunately, that's it. So I'll use the rest of the time to maybe get a question or two. Thanks.
Do we have questions for him? No? Cool.
Okay, thanks guys.
Next up, we have FOSS CIT to present about FOSS CIT organization.
So hey guys, so I'm Karan. So we are from Coimbatore Institute of Technology. So we are organizing a club which is FOSS Club in CIT. So this is my team. So I'm happy to say that we are the community partners of IndiaFOSS 2025. So basically we are here to promote our club. So our main vision is to empower students to build open source stuffs and know about open source stuffs instead of using proprietary softwares. So our team will let you know about what we are doing currently.
So I'll shortly explain how our club works. So we organize hackathons, workshops and many sessions related to open source, making students not just to learn tools like Git, Linux, also make them to participate in contributing open source projects. So our GitHub holds all those projects from beginner friendly to a collaborative projects. So we are here to expand our FOSS CIT by looking for contributors, and this is what our club is, how it works. So we also organized a meetup recently based on open source with FOSS United and made more connections for our students to know about open source.
Good evening everyone. So I am Vishal, the club advisor of FOSS CIT. So these are the past projects we have worked on, and we have created our own recruitment portal for all the colleges, clubs to hire their participants and their volunteers. And they can review the talk proposals and the call for mentors and the call for talks, and which is called as an open group. And we have created our own registration portal, which is called as FOSS Sign Up, to handle the participants and the events, and also the call for the refreshments and the sponsors also. So the Checkmate is the attendance portal of our club, and we have created to scan the students' ID card and up and into an data sheet with an organized manner to track our attendance. And
so we also made a couple of Chrome extensions. First of all is the web locker extension. It's basically a Chrome extension where you can, lock a website from anyone else's access. You can manage the passwords in the respective websites right in there in your own web browser locally. Also, we also made another Chrome extension called QuickSense, which is basically just a dictionary of sorts. We also made email integration API called Mail Merchant, where you can sign up for an account and just send an email, and which you can integrate with your website so that users can send and receive mails from your website. We also made a real-time operating system just as a learning exercise called TikToks, which is just a simulation of how things work internally. The basic idea is, instead of relying on a third-party service for each and every one of our services that we provide as a club, we wanted to make it more personal. We wanted to deliver all those services ourselves. So it will be a learning aspect for us as well, and it will be a sort of bring a sense of reliability to our customers and the participants that are interacting with our own club.
So hey all, I'm Raj. I'm a student at CID. I'm majoring at AI and data science. So before going into this, I just want to ask a really quick question. So how many of you have ever been to Coimbatore? Please raise your hands. Okay. Yeah, I see a lot of them. And others, I'm sure that you would have heard about Coimbatore at least once. Okay, so we are talking about FOSS CID, but before going to into FOSS CID, let me tell you about Coimbatore in general. So Coimbatore is often called as the Manchester of South India. It's because of its industries, it's because of its textiles and a lot of startups that are emerging in Coimbatore. And very recently, you will see a lot of entrepreneurs coming from Coimbatore as well. And you can also see that there's a startup ecosystem that has been established in Coimbatore. But one problem that I personally view in Coimbatore is that there's no such thing called as open source hub in Coimbatore. And to be honest, I feel really happy and at the same time very jealous looking at you guys, because Bangalore has a very good hub for open source. And this meetup is one such example, because it has been like a platform to connect all the people in and around the city who are interested in contributing to open source. But in Coimbatore, I feel that there's still a gap in that. So, which is why we came up with FOSS CID. It has been established around 5 years ago, but still, we are trying to bridge that gap. I mean, like, a lot of people in Coimbatore has the potential to do a lot of big steps. I mean, like, a lot of them are into software, a lot of other tech thing, and you can see like world-class engineers from Coimbatore, but they are not into open source. And the reason behind that is what I feel is a lot of them are in that mindset of like using and consuming the software and not into contributing to the software. They still are not aware of the value of contributing back to the community. So we are trying to enforce that into the students of Coimbatore, and in order to fulfill that vision, we came up with FOSS CID, and it has been running successfully in our college, which is Coimbatore Institute of Technology. And we have been doing multiple things, and one such initiative is this. We are trying to bring a lot of contributors outside of Coimbatore, so that we are trying to bridge the people from Coimbatore and give them some connections from other people, so that they can also know the importance of giving back to the community. So this is our vision today. And speaking about the projects, you would have seen about the project that has already been done in FOSS CID. And now I'm going to tell you about the project that are going to be done in the next month. So if any of you are interested in contributing to this, you can always feel free to contribute to this. And we are also trying to promote this inside the Coimbatore as well, so that the students can also promote, into contributing this. So we have 3 projects which are coming up in the next month. So the first one is a coding contest platform. It's like hacker rank kind of thing. So the problem with all these proprietary software is like they have a very limited tier. So we thought of like building an open source platform for conducting contests, and a lot of students are into competitive programming and like into interview preparations, especially at this point of time. So we thought of like having this would be a very good opportunity, both for developing at the same time for the usage as well. So this is our first project. And the second project is article logging systems. I'm a very big fond of writing. I write a lot about, not just into technical, but I write about philosophy and other stuff as well. So I generally use Medium, but there are a lot of restrictions in Medium, and then I switched into Dev. But it was not well for me. So I thought like building something would be beneficial. So this is the second thing, article and blogging system. And the last one is mentor community portal. And this is one another initiative that we are trying to bring to bridge the gap, because there are not like enough technical people in the colleges, especially in educational institutions, to like mentor the students. So for that, we are trying to bring a portal which bridges the students from the industry and makes them united, so that when they are out from the college, they will be ready for the institution. So these are the 3 projects that are coming up in the next month. So if anybody of you are interested in this, you can always feel free to contribute to this. So yeah, the motive of these 3 projects is to be done in the October for the Hacktoberfest. So you can contribute to this, and we'll pick out the top contributors and we'll give some goodies for you guys as well. So this is our GitHub page. So if anybody is interested to contribute, you can always check it out. That's all. Thank you. FOSS forever.
Next up we have Please Start Monkey Bashing Mode by Vikram.
Yeah, so I'm Vikram and I'm a senior software engineer right now. So how many of you here have actually worked in like mid or senior level roles as a software engineer here? Okay, I see a couple of hands. So I'm not sure what kind of companies you guys have worked in, but one major issue that you'll face, whether you're in large scale companies or small scale startups, is that you need to write some sort of frameworks for your company to make sure that the people who are writing code for you, that they're writing it to the standard that you want your company to adhere to. Now in more large scale startups, what you would do normally is you would write your own frameworks, you would write your own libraries, have proper wikis, conferences for that. People would go through your wikis, people would understand. Anybody new who would join, they would be given like time. They would be given like a week or 2 to just go through the wiki to understand the code, and then to start contributing. But so I work in a really small scale startup, and it's like in its 0 to 1 phase. So things are very fast paced. So now somebody new joins the company. Now they have no clue about what the company does. They have no clue about how the company's code base is mature. Like it's a mature code base, so they don't know how it's structured. Now they have to come here. Maybe they're a fresher, maybe they're an intern. They have to start contributing from day 0, and that is usually not something that anybody would be okay with until and unless like it's some sort of code that you've already written. And the way you can do that is you have code. You use normal, very popular libraries, you would use popular frameworks, maybe you use React, maybe you use Angular, and people are familiar with that. They can actually start contributing from day 0, day 1 only. But now, us as senior engineers, what problems we face is that you want people to also adhere to some certain frameworks, certain rules that you have on your own code base. So, for example, you don't want people to use certain kind of libraries because it doesn't go well with the rest of your application. So this is like a problem that we keep facing, and this is something we had faced a lot because as a startup, engineers come and go like ants. So there are new people every few weeks. You have to KT them, you have to give them an onboarding, you have to tell them use this, you don't use that, and that's a little painful. So this was a problem statement that me and my colleagues were trying to solve. So the first thing that we actually tried to do was the most simple thing: write a wiki, have people read it as soon as they onboard, give it to them as a reference, But the problem with this is people, sure, you can ask them to read it, but there's no guarantee that they're actually going to read it. They're going to read it, but then they're going to forget it 2 weeks down the line when they're given something that they have to deliver in like a few days to production. So after this, we thought about doing a few other things. We thought of writing our own interpreters, but we actually did try that. And our application, like one of the talks before, was also something like, delivered over the air. So we did try building an interpreter, but that was that didn't still make complete sense because people would still go ahead and write code not in the standards that we wanted them to. So then the other idea that we ended up actually implementing, and this actually went to production, is we started monkey patching. So for those of you who are not familiar with what monkey patching is, okay, and I'm sorry about this slide here because I didn't know I'll be doing this, and I just put it together in like 2 minutes when I knew that I was going to be doing this. So I'm not sure how much of this you guys can actually see, but it's nothing but, say you were using a library. The example that I'm going to talk about is the example that I actually ended up doing in my work. So I was actually working with WebSockets, and Socket.io is a pretty popular library for those of you who have worked with WebSockets. And it's pretty neat. It takes care of a lot of edge cases and takes care of a lot of things that you as the application layer developer don't have to think about. Now, our application was pretty compute heavy, and it would also consume a lot of bandwidth. So there would be certain points in our application where the CPU is completely clogged up, and so is your bandwidth. So this was a big problem, as Socket.io was not taking care of this, and we wanted to implement something like a retry system. A pretty simple retry system, but the issue was people were not complying with this, people were not using this retry system when we just offered them and told them that they had to do this. So what we did was we took this and we monkey patched it, and now Socket.io is a pretty popular library, so you can expect people who are new, even people who are coming into a company, they'll be pretty familiar with it, or at least they'll be able to get familiar with it pretty quickly because of all the resources and documentation on it. So all we did was we took the original function that the library exposes and add our own functionality to it. And now whenever someone comes and actually uses these libraries, they don't even need to know that there's something something has been done to the library, as like there's been added functionality added on top of the existing functions. And just because of that, now every time someone came and used this library, they could use it with the knowledge that they've already come with, but they would also get the added benefit of whatever we as an organization have already researched and put into it. That was like a big thing for us, because as a small scale startup, people come and go, and you need to, it's not easy to keep, onboarding people and then not finding out after it goes into production that things are not as you planned. Another big thing that we actually did was we did not want certain kinds of functions to be called at all in production. Now, sure, you can put some rule sets and tell people not to do it, but that could be still a problem. So another easy thing that we did was monkey patch those functions. If they ended up calling it, just straight out throw an error, and it'll just come up to the developer's face, and they'll know that they can't use that anymore. And it was just some base level psychological tricking them into thinking that they can't use these things when they're contributing to production for us. Yeah. So that is pretty much about monkey patching and what I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. If you have any questions to ask Vikram, you can ask him down the stage or even outside. With that being said, we are at the end of day 2, Audi 2 at IndiaFOSS 2025. We still have a talk about FOSS for Good, using FOSS for Good by Reddy in Audi 1, and that's why we will be concluding officially. So if you're interested in that talk, you can move on to Audi 1 and have a good look at that. But that being said, we are at the end of day 2, Audi 2, IndiaFOSS. This is Justin signing off. Thanks a lot for joining. Have a great day.
Hi.